Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. I am Jess, and in today's pick a card we'll be looking into what questions will help you heal and grow. So in case anyone is wondering what I mean with questions in this specific reading, I'll be looking into your current energy, and the information in your energy will tell me many things that you could be struggling with in your life, or a certain path you're walking on, and what could possibly be helpful questions for you to ponder or keep in mind going forward. Maybe the quotes or questions being mentioned, whatever will be mentioned, will keep you occupied for a little while, but maybe you already know the answer to those questions, and are only there for, and these are only there for you to remind you of what is important for you. Whatever the case, as this may be helpful for some, it doesn't have to be for everyone. But it may be something to keep in mind when there's a time when you're confused, afraid, or lost, when this pick a card reading could be, well, useful in whatever way. So there are 4 groups for you to choose from. Group 1 with the tiger's eye. Group 2 with the red jasper. Group 3 with the green fluorite. And group 4 with the angel aura quartz. So if you need a moment to find out which group you feel most drawn to, which can at times be more than one, you can pause the video or wait for the meditation moment. Here's a little reminder for you guys not to forget to like this reading. If you enjoyed it, it will really help my channel, and it shows me that what you'd like to see, what readings you would like to see more in the future. Now the timestamps for the readings are as always hidden in the description below this video, and I'll see you in your reading. Hi, group one. Welcome to your reading. So we'll be looking into what questions will help you heal and grow, or anything. Yeah, what questions do you need to hear? So let's get started with some oracle cards, and we'll look into your energy, pretty much, and what questions. Yeah, you need to hear to help you. What questions might help you heal and grow? Sorry, I'm a little bit itchy everywhere. Okay. Okay, so pink honeymoon, soothing, hurt, and inflammation. Excuse me, what? Let me just look up a word because I'm dumb. No. And right. Okay. Like, I'm a little bit smarter now. Your hard work is paying off, new moon in Capricorn. Whatever may be mentioned that is maybe not necessarily relevant, or, well, it could be relevant if you think about it, but maybe anything in your sun sign or astrology chart could be significant to, like, your anything that's more deep, or anything that you need to. I'm not an expert in that area, so I can't really say where you need to specifically go toward, but if you know what I mean, then yeah, I guess that's the case. Okay, so keepers of the earth, you are not alone. Ancient ancestors stand beside you. Okay. If anyone is wondering what I'm humming, it's the music that I cannot stop listening to, which is I Want to Live by, oh my god, it's not an English name, Borislav Slavov or something like that. It's for the Baldur's Gate 3 camp music, like a soundtrack. Anyway, cloak and dagger, deception. Okay. I'm hearing something's hiding in the dark. Generosity, light, abundance, kindness, gratitude, shadow, scarcity, mindset, giving too much. Give with an open heart. When you give, you receive. And boredom. Okay. I just want to say, it doesn't always work like that, that I immediately, like, catch, like, what your vibe is. What I do know is that you're unnecessarily hard on yourself, whether you would like to admit this or not. And I feel like you always also, not always, but also have the tendency to let others do the same to you. Maybe in a way where you're unnecessarily hard, in a way where it's like, you're being like that to yourself, and that's why you cannot recognize when someone else is right or wrong when it comes to their perception of about you, or about who you are, about what you do. Well, one question that I could ask for you is, like, are you happy with this? Are you happy, or are you actually just trying to survive? Are you actually happy, or are you just trying to have other people pay attention to you? Are you actually happy, or are you just unnecessarily hurting yourself for the benefit of other people? Are you even that aware. Like, I feel like for some of you, you may be like in a certain way, like aware of this happening, but at the same time, I feel like you're not really in a place. I don't know what I wanted to say anymore. Where you're able to see what is true and what is not, because what you're living for is not for happiness, but for um, short-term pleasure, or I don't know, but I feel like you could very well be better off without certain things that you you know that you are better off without these things, but it's like, well, I've gotten so used to it and it's actually not that bad, and maybe it's better than what I had anticipated or something. And the question, the answer to that, I would say, is like, no, not at all. I don't think you're giving yourself a fair share of the, well, if you wanted to go towards something and then you felt like, okay, I'm actually where I am right now, are you? Or are you also trying to live with that you feel you don't want to give up because of attachment? I don't know if I finished my sentence correctly, but if I'm just trying to say, like this is, by the way, like wool, so I'm kind of like playing with it. Um, hmm. Are you happy? Hmm. I feel like the first thing that I thought with the deception card is like maybe you were unaware that people are kind of like using your gifts, your talents, your generosity for themselves, but maybe you also are deceiving yourself a little bit. It's not just about the others. Like, others see that you are doing that, so they use that to their advantage. And I feel immediately, I immediately need to say, like, not everyone is like that. Not because I personally think so, but I'm being told like not everyone is like that. So that's when I know it's like a definite message for you, that you are punishing yourself and giving yourself less than you deserve, in all honesty. Let's see. Just forgot to put the tarot deck next to me. For some of you, you may be not necessarily a parent, but you could be a parent, but you could also be a pet owner, or you could also be some sort of mentor or teacher for other people, or younger human beings. And I feel like you are deceiving yourself because you are saying things that you don't truly believe in. Or you are saying things that you believe in, but you are not living by these things. So maybe you're saying you are happy, but actually you're just fulfilling other people's desires, doing what they want you to do, doing, like, when in actuality you didn't want to do these things for them in the first place, but maybe you thought like, okay, I could do that too, like, you know, because it feels nice to do things for other people as well. Which, being that kind and generous and just so giving to other people, it's not something bad. It's honestly just whom you give that attention to, whom you give those gifts to, that kindness, that giving too much. I feel like you're just a very generous, a very giving, kind, nurturing person, and I feel like you're an innocent, honestly, like however you perceive that. And that is not something that you should not like have to play hard to get, but you can at least try and put up boundaries. Like, nah, I'm just gonna do it with people I actually care about, I'm gonna do it to, like, you can of course just always be kind to everyone, but you do not have to overdo it. You do not have to put too much at stake for other people when they're not even giving you half of that in return. Not because it's about like give and take, but they're not even showing gratitude or showing you that they can, like, for example, you want to teach somebody something and they are like, oh, thanks, or you show them, but actually it's not really about them really wanting to learn it, but wanting you to do it for them. All the while just taking advantage of that giving nature that you have. Like, it's like, oh yeah, I'll show you how to do it, and then they ask next time, like, again, like, oh, can you do that for me again, can you show me? There's something about that where people kind of take advantage of you, and I don't know why, but for some of you it's mostly women or feminine, well, not feminine, but like but that doesn't have to be for everyone. That's just for some of you, if that feels right. Like, for example, your own, what's that called? Like, the people you grew up with, like when they were females, like for example, a mother or a grandmother, that they can kind of, they don't want to really ask for help. They just want to it's not asking, it's just taking. Honestly, it's they're just there and they're like, yeah, I'm just gonna do it, and you're just gonna accept it because you keep on accepting and you never say something about it. They wouldn't say that out loud, but this is kind of how their system goes on. Like, okay, so I guess this person doesn't feel bothered when I do that, so I'll just go on doing it. You teach them exactly what, like, when you give too much, you notice they'll always want more. And that's what you do. You always give too much. But I don't feel like it's necessarily being unheard or unseen, like you're not being given attention to, at least not by the people I've just mentioned before, but your hard work is paying off. I feel like you do get something out of this, which is first of like a lesson for you to not do that again, because just giving and giving will not really, even if it's being seen by, for example, spirit, universe, by ancestors who, like, by loving energies, like, that doesn't mean that you need to keep on doing it. Like, there's something, like, again, like boundaries. It's okay to do it, but not too much. What questions will... Okay. And we have the Three of Pentacles. Okay. Have you ever considered, instead of doing everything on your own, to actually work together to create something? To have something going on, like, for example, boundaries. And I've been talking about this with somebody the other day. And like, so when you go get the food and you go home and you get to cook for your children and stuff like that, then maybe they could do something to work together with you, instead of just like, hey, thanks for the food, and then they just be like, Mom, when are you home? Like, we are hungry and stuff like that. Well, if you're so hungry, then why don't you do it yourself? Why don't you try and work together instead of like being like this ungrateful kind of bitch? Not saying that they are, but let's put people in a place where they are able to put something or give something in return, or to at least work together with you. You don't need a thank you, but like, I don't know, like, you don't necessarily need to hear like you as a person will be like, I don't care about the things. Like, like, I think that all you want is a little more recognition, and it's not really about wanting, but it's also about you need recognition. And this can be about anything. So it can literally be about like having people do this, then you do this. So for example, you're the person that I've just mentioned. You're the one who's going to cook the food. Like, prepare the food, and someone else is going to go to the grocery store or whatever and get the food to be able to prepare it, and then someone else is going to get some like kind of watch over it, like in the kitchen when you are, for example, taking a bath or whatever, like to like kind of like to take care of it, like cooking and making sure it doesn't get burned or anything like that, like it can be as simple as that. But it's like, if they are wanting to have that so bad, then let them have a little bit of a part in that process. Don't just show them, but have them actively work with you, so you can all achieve something. So they're focused on their own what they have to do, and not on what they're able to just get out of you, if that makes any sense. It can be in any way, but that's the example that I just have. So that could be a tip. But for questions like, what could you do to get them to take their responsibilities, or to get other people to do exactly, or what can you do for yourself to make sure that other people respect your boundaries, and that other people know that you also have to respect their boundaries. So how can you put up boundaries better? How can you cooperate better with people instead of doing everything for them? How can you make sure that you can share the responsibility? Because if they want to have a bit from that, if they want to have you do that, then, for example, when I want something, when I want my favorite food delivered to my home, then I'm the one who's going to pay for it, And the other one is going to be the one who prepares it, and the other one is going to be the one who is delivering it. So that's sort of teamwork, because if I'm not going to pay, then they're not going to prepare and send it over. It's a cruel world, but that's just not going to happen. So anything else? What questions will help you heal and grow? Spirit, what questions will help Group 1 heal and grow? We have the Devil. Okay, so what are your tendencies? What are your habits? What are your addictions? What from your past are you holding back? What has brought you to do the things that you are doing right now? And why are you doing those things? And what are you wanting to achieve with it when you do it? Do you want to achieve something for yourself? Do you want to achieve something for somebody else? Do you want to achieve something for yourself and for somebody else? And is it all really from all sides? Like, is it only from your side, or like, are you perceiving things in a way that is actually wrong? Like, or wrong, or like, not like lawfully or something like that, but are you going about with your life just having other people expect something from you and you just delivering it without even questioning how they will be able to either do that themselves or to be a part of the process, instead of just you do that and you do this and you do that and all that stuff. Like, well, they can at least try to give you, for example, more information about what they want, and maybe you'll be like, okay, but then we'll share this together, then we'll do that, like for example, like instead of just like going to this restaurant, okay, so instead of me just paying it, you're just gonna pay half of like, or your own meal, and I'm gonna pay my meal. Like, I don't know, it could be, I think it's more about the small stuff that could actually change a lot about how you go on in your life and how you go forward. And it will just really be like one step. I'm saying like one single step could make such a difference, because you've made the step, or you're making a move a move forward. Can I have a clarifier, please, for throat for the devil? What questions will help when he will grow? Clarifier for the devil. I'm also hearing, like, what are you allowing to happen to you? And how is that actually benefiting your life? How is that making things better? Is it making things better? Are you really doing the best that you can for yourself? Instead of like just asking whether you can do the best for other people, like be like, okay, so I'm also people. I'm also one of those. I'm like I'm one in this. Like, there are not just others. I am also alive. I also am worthy of that same kind of nurturance. So how can I do that for myself, knowing that I'd be happy if other people do it too? So, or how other people will be happy about it, but you know who will be the happiest about it? The one who will not expect it at all, which is you. Like, of course you would want something like that to happen for you. And notice how, for example, when other people just effortlessly taking what you have to offer, would you just effortlessly take that as well? If someone would give you what you need to give away for other people, if you will be given that, just like that, like as if you're meeting yourself, but in a different body, of course. Would you be able to take that? Would you like say like yes and just take it and just run away and act as if you won the lottery, or I don't know, but or would you decline because you're too good of a person? Like, what would that say? Like, what would that say about other people? The fact that they're not able to be as kind as you are. I mean, I'm not saying that everyone needs to be the same kind of way, but I'm still saying, like, well, how would it make you feel knowing that people just do not at all care that you just give it away like that and have such a good heart and intentions behind it? Like, how would it make you feel if somebody just took that for, like, they're literally taking it for granted? They're not at all aware of how much it, for example, means to you. How would that make you feel if it's honestly just like they're taking it and they're enjoying it, but it's almost like someone is like giving me like this this stupid chocolate bar, and I'm not gonna talk about it, but I bought it myself, but I still, like, someone could give this to me, which this chocolate is expensive, I don't want to talk about it, but I could also just, if I were to be a selfish brat, and someone will just give this to me, my favorite chocolate, and I'd be like, one bite, and like, ew, what is this? And then I throw this into the trash. How will that make the other person feel? I have no clue, because, but if I will, for example, in a way that I would understand it, if I go to the grocery store and I know that I have money, and I call my friend and I'm like, so what would be the favorite thing that you could get like for breakfast or something? Like I will try to make it something practical or something that they use in their daily life. Otherwise it will be just like kind of useless. Um, and I just come there and give it to them, and they can actually appreciate it. But if someone is so used to you just doing that all the freaking time, I mean, definitely also knowing that this person may be a little bit of a son of a bitch. No offense, but a little bit of a trickster, a little bit of a cheeky little fella. Anyway, then they would not appreciate that effort. What, I don't know what it is, but there's something that you really need to know about what Spirit is very passionate about as well, and it's like you are literally giving away everything, and what are they doing with it? Are they actually appreciating it, or are they just throwing it away like, oh yeah, thanks, that's actually cool, and then they suddenly don't want it anymore and they just throw it away or give it away as if it never meant something, as if it was never worth something to you, as if you didn't care about what you did to be able to do that for them. Um, I remember like well, do I want to talk about this? I remember like I was very much into tarot, and I knew that someone in, no, I'm not gonna get too into in depth in who that person is, but someone like the Klimt kind of paint, the paint what? Um, no, it's not a sculpture. Smart ass brain I have. Um, like paintings, or like the Klimt style, like with the, I think there's something like a story about that, like about the Second World War or something. Like a German family, or Austria, Austria, Austria. I'm not very familiar with these names, but those things. It's like literally painting with gold um, foil. I don't know really know how to say it, and like she liked that, and there was a tarot deck that I was very interested in. And since tarot and collecting tarot and oracle decks is one of my special interests, like every time I can just really appreciate the art, it's my, yeah, autistic little special interest. Um, anyway, but I was so excited about that, so I wanted to share that excitement with her through something that she also liked. So the thing is, the thing arrived, and I was like, "Yeah, I bought this for you," and she was like, "But I don't use it. Like, I'm not interested." Um, and that shook me a little bit. Like, oh, well, I guess I'll have to send it back, which I was so not a fan of at that time. Like, I didn't like doing that at all. But, like, when you try to do something for somebody and they don't appreciate it, I'm not saying that they have to appreciate every single thing. Like, just because someone is giving me, like, I don't know, shampoo for my birthday. Like, I don't know if you ever had that, but they give you like those stupid things. Like, I'm not to be ungrateful, but it's like, if you don't really know what I like, first off, why don't you ask? Or second, why don't you just, like, for example, give me a little bit of money so I can buy something myself? Just saying it. But where I would receive like body lotion, stuff like that, and it's really not like, I literally have body lotion things, something that I got for my birthday. It might have been expensive, but I just rarely, if ever, use it. It's still like it's like from years ago, like maybe when I was like 17 or 18. I have no clue. And to me, that's a long time ago. I can barely remember the last half year. I can barely remember 2023. But anyway, but um, it's not about like, it's the intention that matters. Like you want to make somebody happy, but they like, if I would have been a bitch, which I'm not, at least not in my opinion, I would have thrown it away. Like, but for some reason, I'm not able to do that. Like, of course, you don't need to be like the most horrible person on earth if you are just like putting things away, or when you don't need something anymore. But when you obviously give so much of your attention, or your anything that you give to other people, and it's just being unrecognized and just unvalidated, then what does it even, like, it's not even satisfying others, so why are you doing it? It's literally there for you to satisfy yourself. um that sounds a little bit, okay, no, but it's literally there for you to prove something to yourself, not to other people. So, what are you trying to prove to yourself, for example? What are you wanting to achieve with what you're doing? Because you're obviously just hurting yourself for no darn good reason. I'm not saying a reason, because there's always a reason behind something, but is it a good reason? Is it there to help you rather than to hurt you? Well, to invest yourself in the matters of like habits or tendencies because of shame, or because you're just very innocent or kind or giving, like, why not do it with the people that actually deserve it, which could be, ta-da, yourself. um Shower yourself with that others will not dare give to you because they're assholes. Why am I getting so sweary here? Like, why am I using swear word? Like, maybe you're like, you need to hear, like, that's maybe your way of understanding, like, yeah, they you deserve better. Let's just say that. And even if they're not the most horrible people, like, you can still take that as a sign that you do not need to give as much as you think you have to. Like, just because you can doesn't mean that you have to. Like, maybe start giving to the people and to the things that actually matter for you, even in the long term. I don't know why I need to hear that, and I just suddenly, like, for a second I thought that I heard a noise, but guess not. My cards. Okay, so what questions will help you heal and grow? Spirit, what questions will help Group 1 heal and grow? Anything else that you need to know? What questions will help? Oh, I recognize I did not ask for a clarifier, but hey, that doesn't matter. What questions will help Group 1 heal and grow? And this is also a card, like the devil is like a huge card that talks about shadow work, addictions, ego. It talks about your little, like, anything that's very alluring or enticing, something that just makes you hungry for that very thing. But it's not really hungry like, oh yeah, I'm getting happy. No, it's like it fulfills a hidden part in you that is eating up, like, it's almost like a second mouth um or digesting system within your soul, or not soul, or within your shadow, within the dark place in your mind, so to speak, to fulfill those little illusions that you have that will never reach its potential, because it's kind of like it doesn't have an end. Like, just because, like, let's just say, just because I have, for example, like an addiction, which I don't have, um, and I'm saying, like, yeah, I will stop. Like, probably, but I'm the only one who chooses to go forward with it. Um, even if there are things that are actually like very um what's that word? Very what? Yeah, okay. Yeah, like very enticing, very alluring, very like just me overthinking about that stupid word makes me even forget what I was talking about, and I cannot stand it. It's I'm hearing the word pathetic. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What's the word? Um, tempting. Thank you. Thank you. Mind, spirit, it's all working together. I am very grateful. Now, hold on. I'm hearing for some of you like you have a certain kind of master in your life, someone who is kind of directing your life. That's not good. Like to have a guide is one thing, but to have someone tell you what you should not do, all that stuff, who tells you like who is pretty much your like you are pretty much like a puppet. Get the heck out of there. Like I don't know what I need to say about that, but that's very specific and only like some of you are supposed to hear that. For others of you, if that doesn't resonate, that's just for somebody else. So, puppeteer. That's the word I'm hearing. Is that a hair? That's actually a hair. Are you kidding me? I'm very calm. I'm calm and collected, and I'm going forward as if nothing happened. But hairs are not allowed on this table. On any table, honestly. It's disgraceful. So let's see, anything else? What questions will help Group 1 Heal grow? Okay. Do you mind giving me one card instead of four cards? Okay. Um. What questions will help Group 1 heal and grow? Third, what questions does Group 1 need to hear? Okay, we have the Nine of Cups. Okay, so what would actually fulfill you? What would actually make you happy? And let's forget about this stuff with other people going on. Like, let's look into what do you want? I'm hearing manipulation tactics, and I have no clue what that is talking about, but that could be significant for some of you. So the Nine of Cups talks about like the absolute fulfillment, honestly, about feeling so happy and proud of what you have and who you are, and it's just this feeling of like wish fulfillment. Like I've got everything I need, and I'm absolutely grateful and happy and satisfied. Like I'm even proud of what I have. So, what does this mean for like a question? So, what does make you personally happy? It's not just about other people. It's not at all about other people. Like, of course, it's nice doing nice things, but the it's it's less important than doing nice things for yourself. like in a way that you don't do illegal stuff and all that, bad, good shit. No, but where you're able to actually bring yourself that what you've always wanted, for example, as a child, what you never dare to do, but it's something that you dream about all the time, whether it's daydreams or literally at night dreaming like that. What do you wish to experience? What do you wish to achieve? And it's not right now looking into the devil card. Like with the devil, it's like, what do you wish to achieve when it comes to your ego? What do you think is what you will get out of it? But what is what you actually want? What brings you joy? What makes you happy to be alive? What does not give you the feeling as if you need to hold on to guilt tripping yourself? What is it that makes you feel as if you do not need to hang on to burdens in a way without needing to overgive what you need to give, overgive to others what you need to give to yourself? Oh my gosh, like kind of hit against one of the cards and then it fell out. Oops. Let me just put it back. That's too many. That's still too many. Too many. So anything else there? What questions will help you grow, heal, and grow? We have the Five of Wands. Okay. So the Five of Wands is about like, competition, needing to be better than the other. It's not about winning. It's more about proving oneself. So what are you trying to prove to yourself? How could you actually start giving yourself credit instead of blaming yourself for other people, other bullshit? Other people's burdens, other people's messes. Why do you feel like you need to argue with yourself in order to be better? Or why do you feel like you need to... Why do you think that it's... I don't even know how to... I don't even know how I shall ask the question. Like, this is not like a one way, like, oh, now you need to literally ignore or not give it all to other people. This is not about that. This is about a balance. This is about boundaries. It's about equal give and take. It's about working together and creating that balance together and making sure that they hold on to their own responsibilities instead of giving it to other people because they're just a little weak child. No offense to children, but yeah. No offense to children. Depends on what you teach them. And if you teach them to be a weak little child who doesn't get their way and goes into tantrum mode, that's what you taught them. Not going to say that you literally teach other people to be like that, but you can choose how to go forward and how you treat people without letting them treat you in a way that you do not deserve. So, Five of Wands, when it comes to what questions will help you heal and grow. So, I have a clarifier for the Five of Wands. The Empress. Yeah, okay, so what are you trying to prove to others? What are you trying to prove to yourself? Because I feel like you're not really having a competition with others. It's honestly just with yourself and the desire to give that what you Well, it could be that you have never had that what you are giving to others, or it could be that you're just too good of a person and you've grown up in a family where people are just like you and they just like giving, they just like sharing. But I don't necessarily think that will be the case for many of you, because otherwise, if your family would have been, well, I don't really know where I'm getting at this point, but it could literally be that, well, no, then you will, everyone ends up differently. Let's just be honest. Like, there are families where they treat their children with giving too much, and these kids learn that they also need to give too much. But it could also be that these kids learn to just take it and just use that to their advantage because they don't respect, yeah, others. But if that would have happened, then you will be a completely different person. But as I said, I don't think it's about like A or B. It's about, um, it's not black and white. It's gray. Um, it's somewhere in the middle. But if you know that, then you know. But where are you lacking? Where are you not nurturing yourself the way that you are nurturing other people? What do you actually deserve? What do you want? How do you want people to treat you? And how can you ask? How can you treat other people and how can you ask them to do the same thing? Well, you can't tell other people how to behave, but you can definitely control how you behave toward other people and how you behave toward yourself. And what you need to really focus on is how you behave toward yourself, because this is going toward a place where you're fully neglecting your own needs in order for other people to strive, in order for other people to be happy with the little things that they could do for themselves if they would just get their lazy ass up from the couch or from the sofa and just do the same thing. Like, people are, unless for the people who are not able to do that, but you know what I mean, people are very much capable to at least try and fight for their own happiness if they will only believe that that will be possible, that they can do that for themselves. Like, you cannot change people. You can, of course, be an example for them and show them that they also don't need to be the same, that they don't need to overgive to other people, because then they will just give away and give away and give away, and that will just create like this huge overgiving burden. But when you treat others exactly the way that you want to be treated, and how they eventually will also want to be treated, like, you will teach them this is good. Like, you show them the direction, and that's okay. It's okay to acknowledge that you have more power than you anticipated, and that you can actually use your goodness in a way toward people that will benefit them, and not your little silent ego screaming from inside. Well, silent and screaming, well, that doesn't really match, does it? But your little the little voice that tells you to overgive, because otherwise you'll not be worthy or you'll not be a good person. The more that you do that, the more the other people will also be unhappy, and it will just go on and go on and go on like that. It will be like a huge ass pattern, and unless someone's going to break it, it's just going to continue, and your life is not going to change. Like, I don't, literally, I don't mean this to be mean or whatever. I have even no clue how I'm coming across to people, but this is also me saying, like, well, I could just be very happy with you doing this, but I mean, I'm glad that you're a good person, but I'm not glad that you're neglecting your own needs. I mean, why would I be glad about that? Like, I don't even know how to explain it for myself, but I've started to just pay attention more to my own needs the last couple of weeks and months and mostly the last couple of weeks, And I'm starting to feel a little more like I actually have an appetite for things. Like I feel like, oh, I want to treat myself to this, I want to treat myself to that, and it actually feels like it kind of fuels my inspiration or my motivation to do things, to just treat myself. And it's not necessarily because I need to prove myself worthy, but because I can just do that to make some things easier for myself. But let's now get to the last messages, guidance, and our questions for you to meditate on. So we have, I affirm that my love is not meant for everyone to appreciate. I'm sorry. I just love it because this deck never ceases, like, never fails me with the accuracy of the message. Your love is not for flippin' anyone or everyone to appreciate, and your passion is not for everyone to understand. Like, this is literally just the way it is. Like, this is the truth. You just gotta get used to it. I'm sorry. When I am ready, I will encourage myself to explore and inhabit the spaces in which I feel as though my true energetic expression is not only welcome, but also, I'm hearing, appreciated, celebrated, so as to remind myself it is perfectly safe to be me. And to, yeah, being you also, like, includes, like, giving, but at least not to the people who do not deserve an ounce of it at all. Anything. So let's see. Where do I put you? I'll put you here. Just having a little bit of a chaotic moment. Oh, what happened? Okay. Everything's fine. So then we have, instead of praying for an outcome, I pray for the highest good for all. Actions also have something to do with that. Just saying. So it's clear for everyone. Surrender your need to always be right. Give others the gift of letting them be right. Be yielding, not rigid. This will help resolve conflicts and improve your relationships. I feel like this also is a message for you to understand that you're not always right in your own perceptions when it comes to other people. And that you need to sometimes understand that even if you wish that some people were to be the case, and maybe it is still true, but you need to accept that there is a different truth out there that is able to support you right now better than your current truth. So right now, it's very important for you to affirm that your love is not meant for everyone, and to appreciate, and your passion is not for everyone to understand, and that you need to right now give a lot more attention to yourself than you think is necessary, because that's your mind, and your mind is also connected with your shadow, just, in some ways. So don't let yourself be guided by what you think is right. Like, let yourself be guided what you know that you need. That's what I have to say. Then we have wealth. Money is on its way to you. That's the best card to receive. No, just kidding. Think thoughts of abundance. And this doesn't necessarily have to be wealth in like monetary terms, but this can also be like you are going to receive. Like remember this? Your hard work is paying off. No, don't do that. You're ruining everything. Which I'm kind of talking to myself because I'm doing it myself, but hey, can we just have a nice conversation here? Okay, thank you. And lastly, we have, I'm not going to speak Spanish. Okay, you only have the present. And I feel like this is talking about you need to focus on you right now. Like, other people, like, even if they deserve your attention, like, even if, well, I deserve your attention, even if they need your help, even if you're there to help them or guide them, that doesn't mean that you're able to do that all the time. You also need yourself sometimes. You need yourself for flip's sake. Right now, tomorrow, even yesterday. And it's time to give yourself all that what you not just desire, but what you need. And I think that you don't even desire it, but you need to do it because there's no other way to go forward, honestly. Um, and you will notice like how much more enlightened you will feel and how much more respect you will have for yourself for putting up boundaries that will be better for everyone. Like, don't think of this necessarily as, if it's hard to understand, then at least try to think of this like, if you're giving them exactly that, what they need and what you need, you will do them a huge favor, including yourself. You will do not just yourself a favor, but also them. You will teach them exactly that, what they need to know. If you're going to continue on this way with giving them too much, you will literally take everything away from them that will be necessary for them to be in this world, to live with their own boundaries, to grow up, to heal. Like, you will teach them exactly that, what they need to learn. Like, they really need to learn that, and you really need to give yourself a lot more than you even giving others. For some of you, that could be the case, but anyway, group one, that's all I have for you. So thank you so much for being here. Just to remind you, the like button underneath this video is there to confirm to me that you enjoyed the reading, just like I did, and also shows me what you want to see in the future. If you want to support me, you can comment down below and let me know how it resonates, and other ways of supporting me, like for example, donating to my channel, because I am yeah, there's a reason why I like the wealth card. Not because I just want to take your money, but because I need it. I also need it. I need to. Anyway, you can do that. There are many options, but you can also just show me your appreciation by commenting down below and letting me know how it resonates. And any other way of supporting me are mentioned in the description if you're interested. So I'm sending you much love, joy, and healing. Thank you for letting me read for you, and I hope to see you back soon. Hi, group two, welcome to your reading. So we will be looking into what questions will help you heal and grow, or you can also call it what questions you need to hear right now. So let's get started with some pre-shuffled oracle cards to look into your energy, and from that I'll be able to see what questions you need to hear, or whatever. Perfect intro. Now, Moon Path, taking the next right step, number 25. You are so appreciated. Like, I'm not even into your reading, but you are very highly appreciated. Anyway, grounded, nurturing, giving, bounteous. Don't even know what that word means, but that's what I felt like I had to say. Meditate and contemplate. New moon in Pisces, so you could be a Pisces, or anything related to that energy could be significant. I mean, I am a Pisces, whether you believe it or not. But there are also a lot of other I don't have a lot of water signs in my chart. Anyway, but trust your path. If you knew you will be supported, what would you do? That's why I immediately said, like, you're very appreciated. Whew, yawning because it's actually time for me to go to bed. But what do? I'm spending time with you. Yay. It's pure joy. I have that kind of voice a lot of time, actually. Like, yay. It's fun to do so. Makes me sound like a child, and I love it. Like in a positive way, at least to me. Knowing, take the first step. Hold it a second. Taking the next right step, and then we have to take the first step. What? I'm enjoying this. You're a playful, cool, sweet energy. I like you. Thank you for being around. You make my inner child glow. Honestly, like I'm not so. I'm hearing the word nitpicky. I don't know. But you make my inner child bloom, and I'm not able to breathe. Not because of you, but nose problems. Okay. Oh, we have optimism in reverse, actually. Look to the future with hope and faith, expect the best. Light, looking ahead, trusting life, being carefree, and shadow, pessimism, cynicism, hopelessness. Okay. And we have abandonment. Okay. So the first thing that I know is that you are a joy to be around. I don't know whether this is with a lot of people, but a lot of people are just able to either be themselves or be their more childlike self, be a little more careless, or not careless in a way like fuck you or whatever, but careless in a way like they could just kind of like, if someone like me has learned to hide their ADHD and autism things, you be the kind of person where like, yeah, like that there's no way I'd be able to hide myself around you because it's like well, I guess you just don't really give a, honestly, frankly, you don't really give a fuck about that I'm different, or anyone different. Like I feel like you know that you're different, and that's what makes people appreciate your difference and also their own difference. Anyway, let's see what this energy has to say about what questions you need to hear to help you heal and grow. Like, you really have no clue how fucking loved you are. Like, I don't know whether this is like just by, like, of course not just by spirit, like just in general, you're just very loved. Maybe you're just not really around a lot of people to even notice that in the first place. Maybe you're just not very outgoing or social, or maybe you're just like being an introvert and stuff like that. Whatever the case, it doesn't. I don't need to put like a label on top of like what you are. Um, but you are you, and you look cute or hot, whatever you prefer. Like I'm like, I thought like I'd go be I like my eyes are tired, literally, and my energy is is really um like fully carefree and energetic, and I don't get it. I mean, my medication is still yeah, things still need to, yeah, sink in. No, not sink in. Get out. Actually, I don't. Okay, chaotic immediately. So meditate and contemplate. Moon and Pisces. We have moon. We have moon being mentioned twice, like moon path and new moon in Pisces. Pisces. I already said I was tired, so yes, I'm going to yawn. That happens often. Like, I feel like you're a joy to be around, and joyful people feel more like, I feel like you give other people the impression that they're appreciated and that they can just be themselves and that they will not be shamed and that they will be loved, and you're the kind of nurturer, or maybe your inner child just connects with other people's inner children, and that's how the both of you or all of you are just able to play together. But what questions will help you to and grow? Because I feel like you're kind of at a point where you're not very sure what is happening. Like, I don't know whether it's maybe some of you may feel like moon shifts or like eclipse or stuff like that. I don't know the names, but like because of a full moon or whatever happened, I have no clue. I don't know when you're watching this, but that could be, to you, could have been the trigger for this to happen. something like that. But I feel like you're a little bit unsure about like where exactly you're headed and what kind of step you need to take. And I feel like anything that you need to know, anything that I feel called, like you definitely need to know, is that you're making your way, and confusion has to be a part of it, is what I'm hearing. Confusion needs to be there because it shows you that you can also trust the unknown, that you can also trust that even if you don't know where you're going, that it's actually safe and it will not lure you into a trap. Because there's something about like, I don't know whether this is like universal or whatever, but, or this is just like something that you connect, or you resonate with, and kind of like slapping, like kind of like not slapping like hard as if I'm hurting myself, but like slapping against my throat, that makes the yawn go faster, if that makes any sense. Like I cannot stand it because yawning makes me even more tired, whether you believe me or not. It's like you're on a path, but you need to have that uncertainty, because it shows you that you should not rely on what you think, but rely on what you feel. And the next move, if there's something that you may want to know, is like that you are definitely supported. You are so fucking loved. Like I feel like as if it's just like there's some things that I sometimes say and I'm like, oh, I feel weird when saying that, when so that could be for some, could be like that the information is not true or will not ring true for a lot of you, or that it's just something that I forced out there to say when I don't necessarily feel like I need to say it, or when I think like I just want to give every sort of possibility that I come up with, or that shows itself, so to speak. But now it's like it's just being thrown out there, and I may not know why I'm saying it, but I know that it's true. That's the thing. So this could also be significant, so you don't exactly know or understand where you're going, but you're doing it anyway. Because you know that you have to go that path. It's almost like you're going there because your subconscious has like a map of how to go there, and you're just following, or your body is just doing what it needs to do. So questions that you need to ask. So I feel like you're here because you may feel like you're missing something in your life. You may feel that there are past wounds that are still kind of keeping you up, and that could of course be the case. I just want to tell you that you should not be too afraid of those things happening, because we cannot always be healed. We cannot just in general be healed completely. There will always be things, like even I have sometimes dreams, and even sometimes like weird dreams or nightmares, where I'm like, why did I even think about this person? Like recently I just like it's the most random things, and it's just like kind of like me kind of my subconscious kind of going over what I either have been thinking about, or something that has happened in the past that I have not really thought about. Like even if I give a thought like just 10 second or less, it's still going to be reflected in my dreams after. So my subconscious, like it's happening. So if something like that is happening for you as well, like just know like it's your body's response to it. It's not necessarily there to hurt you or to, I'm hearing, blame you. For some of you, you may feel like, because I wanted to say with the dreams that I don't just dream about what has happened, but I also have the tendency to dream about what will happen. And I have one good story about that. That was so significant. I remembered it. But I feel like you may have been dreaming about, like thank you, Spirit. I've been dreaming. This is so weird, because it's my father who has passed, and you do not need to apologize or send me you know, love from that, because it's like, once I took a step away from my family, everything was just so easily disconnected. Like not even half a year later, and I was like just so able to live much better without certain people. I think I've just. Oh. But I still dream often about my father, because the day that I um, had first heard of his um, passing, so passing away, he's not alive anymore in the 3D world, but I had my tarot cards with me, and like half an hour later, I was like, okay, I'll get my cards. Or no, it was not my cards. It was like cards that I gave a friend, but he never uses it, so he just kind of puts it into place. But anyway, it's like, well, he has dogs, and I gave him the dog tarot. But anyway, like not the cutie version, but the other version. Anyway, I'm saying anyway a lot. I just took that, and I also immediately got like messages intuitively, and he told me that he will be my a spirit guide from now on, or one of my spirit guides, and that he would not leave me, like in a good way, and since then, he at least once or twice a week he comes into my dreams. And it's as if nothing had happened to him, even though I'm consciously aware that he is not alive anymore. So I once dreamed that I was with him, like at a table, and we were talking. And I was like, yeah, I just need to tell you, like my father was there literally sitting like at the table, and I was like telling the others, like, yeah, my father passed away, even though my father was literally sitting next to me, you know. Like it's my mind also mixed up with my father, like, okay. But I often dreamed about my father, and I mean I still do, but the last couple of months, or just for the last year, because it's not been that long ago, quite honestly, I've been dreaming about him buying me a horse, or with him, like the backyard, like I remember like the like, oh god, what's that word? I don't know the word. Okay, let's just look it up. Let's see. Barn? No, shed. Shack. It's not a barn, I'll tell you. But like a shed, or like, yeah, shack or whatever, in our garden, and there were like bikes and stuff, like, and all that material. And I was dreaming that there was like a horse in there that he had bought for me, like, and it was not once, it was twice. There's something about that, that I feel like it's mixed with like intuitive knowledge, knowing like he will not leave me, and he kept his promise, I suppose. Like I just heard, like from nowhere, like I just, like in my head, I had this knowing, like from now on I'll always be beside you, as if he will from now on be my guardian angel. Well, me and my dad always had like a more flexible bond, or easier bond, because I mean, I have to get my autism from someone, and it's not my mother. I mean, she's okay, and not okay, no comment on that, but it was my father, and yeah, I guess we matched. Like, I'm just laughing about it because it's hilarious to me, but. And it's also easier for me to talk about it, because I was not at his funeral or whatever. I was completely, like, I only heard that he had passed away, and that was that. Like, that was just a knowledge, and more, I did not continue having any kind of contact with my family, even with, like, yeah, other family members, like, no. But that's why I say it's easier, because I did not have to see his, like, okay, like, his lifeless body. However, there's something about dreams, for example, or subconscious, where it's like you're taking the first step, you just know there's something about that. And that entire story like, I was talking about how my dreams also said something about the future, and he was often depicted. So even if I am not aware yet, but I have been dreaming a lot about him and horses, like as if he will purchase a horse for me, or as if he will, like, horses. I'm not gonna say it, horses are my life, but I am deeply, deeply connected to those beings. I love them, at least most of them. No, it's I feel very, very calm and full of joy with those beautiful animals. Um, Ever since childhood, but that is just something specific, and it keeps being mentioned. And since my father is always depicted, and he had not much to do with horses, like, no, I mean, he brought me to the like riding school because I didn't have any vehicle myself back then. But other than that, he was not really, like, he doesn't even, he's smart, but he's also dumb, or was. And um, we're just treating each other as idiots in a good way. In case you're offended by what I'm saying about my dad or how I'm speaking about him, which, like, my dad will just laugh with me. I know, and I know what I know, and I know what I know. Anyway, but since y'all are just so amazing people, I will not expect you to be that kind of weird, so I will move on from the topic. But there's something about, like, dreams being specific. I just wanted to mention that in case that's necessary. So if you knew you would be supportive, what would you do? That's also a good question, actually. I don't need to, I almost don't need to do the reading. The cards are doing it for you. But, and what is the next right step? And how are you right now, or just currently actively, like, participating or making the next move? What is something that is important for you to meditate on, contemplate on? Why are you refusing to be optimistic, or why are you more likely to be pessimistic? Why are you so scared because of uncertainty? Why do you think that it will end badly? Why do you think that the past will just keep up with you and not leave you alone? I mean, I can't really make a definite I can't really say anything specific about that, but because there are just some questions that I have literally no clue about how I would answer that. Like, as I don't know whether that will be right or wrong or whatever. But what would you do if you knew that you will be supported? There's something about that, because I was mentioning my dad, so it doesn't have to do anything with family or whatever, but it can feel like anything closely related, like a friendly spirit that is just there with you, like in every dream, at every step. I'm not going to take that card because I'm not there yet. So, I feel like your energy is in a place like you. So your energy feels like, okay, I'm in a place and I am not really understanding where this will all lead. So even if you do kind of know what is happening, so for example, you just entered a new relationship, then it still feels like this, like there's this, well, I don't know about uncanny, but this strange feeling of this newness and all of that. Like, you should be happy, but why are you not? So for example, if you think that you should be happy, why are you feeling like you are not happy? Are you actually happy, or are you unsure of what happiness feels like? What does happiness feel like? What does confusion feel like? Question your intentions and question your own energy. Like, why am I feeling afraid? Question your own intentions. So what do you want to happen? Where do you want this to go? Because let's just be honest, I feel like, I don't know why, but I feel like this is moving, like this person's like facing here. And with abandonment is also like the face is kind of going there, but the eyes are going there, but the face is there. It's like you are being reminded of the past, but you are not in the past anymore. So I feel like this could also be another way of saying like what you think is going to happen is something that you have learned to. It's almost like your head is back in the past and is questioning like every single move that you're making and basing it off of and seeing the same outcome happen, if that makes any sense. As if even if you are not in that past anymore, in that situation, like you're still being brought back to that, but not in a way that you're literally there, but your mind is there. And you're subconsciously, I feel like you're subconsciously still kind of thinking things through. What you need to know is your body is definitely there where you need to be. And it's going toward a direction that you want to go. So if you're feeling confused, it's basically because you don't know where you're going because your mind is somewhere else, but your body knows where it is. Your body is going forward. Your body is going toward a direction that you actually want to go and where you have been wanting to go for a long time. And that is away from the past, away from what has happened. And the more you let that be the truth for you, the more you realize that your body, your subconscious is very much aware of what you are actively doing, which is like, well, actively doing as if, not as if you're like, like, I want to do it, but more like you're being reminded, yes, but it's almost like you're sleepwalking, if that makes any sense. Like your mind is, well, somewhere else. And your body is kind of just doing its own thing. But I guess that it's not necessarily making sense in like the very literal way, because the body is kind of just following or doing what is happening in the dream, but in this scenario, it's like your body knows where it needs to go, but your mind is still kind of stuck in there. So I feel like you know the first step, otherwise your body would not go toward there. The thing is, you need to be more, or you will learn, or you will realize everything that your body is aware of. So I don't know what it is necessarily with body, but well, subconscious. Your body is reacting to your subconscious, but you're still going forward, and I feel like it's only going toward a really great direction, like a really beautiful direction. But you're like, and things are actually looking extremely positively, like very, very good, and you still look at it in a way where it's almost gonna like attack you or bite you in the ass once over, because it has happened horrifically wrong before. So why would it go right now? Like, why will it go well now if it didn't go well before? Question those thoughts. Why will it go? Yeah, why will it go wrong? I mean, you are questioning, why will it go right? Like, why would it, if there's so many things leading to things going wrong? Like you, for example, being confused and like unknown stuff and all that, but you're thinking about the things that you already know. And those things are actually not really helping you, right? So how could the unknown be worse if what you already know only holds the worst kind of things that could happen or can imagine? You're thinking about it, you're actively thinking about things that could go wrong because you know that you have already experienced it, but the unknown you have not experienced. So why would you think that it immediately goes toward a very unfortunate direction? So there's definitely a reason, there's definitely a thing that you can, or some things that you can reflect on, like, why would it go wrong? And then you'll be maybe a little more aware that what could go wrong is not really what could go wrong, but what has went wrong. And that it has more to do with what is up in the mind and not with what is up in your current or future reality. So the past is haunting you, not the present. Ta-da! There we go. Me actively really being very good with dealing with or how to speak well in a not very comfortable situation. So what questions will help you heal and grow? Spirit, what questions will help to heal and grow? Like, even your thoughts that you're not a good person, you look ugly, or you have this and you have that, like, even if you think you're all of that, so why shame that? Because there are a lot of people who appreciate you because you're just being you. Well, I don't know. So, what questions? Too many. What questions will help to heal and grow, Spirit? What's your favorite animal? And why? It's not like I'm necessarily curious, but maybe distracting from the actual topic. Maybe animals are significant to you asking yourself. I'm hearing the right questions. Yeah, stop asking yourself the wrong questions. Like, why will it go right? Like, why? Or why will it go... Like, why would you only actively participate in asking yourself things that are not going to make your mind clear or help you go forward? Why, Okay, so the Chariot with what questions do you need to hear, like, will help you heal and grow? So the Chariot is like a card of, like, we're gonna move forward. So, and the Chariot is also about, like, intention, willpower, triumph, getting exactly there where you need to be or where you want to go without letting other people tell you this and that, blah, blah, blah. No, the Chariot, if you stand in his way, that's not the Chariot's problem. Like, you have to notice that the Chariot is gonna go there, you know, or not you, but, like, it's like, well, I'm not gonna necessarily say this is very, like, literal in literal terms, but when a car is driving out on the driveway where only cars are supposed to drive, or whatever you want to call it, and suddenly, like, a child, or not necessarily a child, but, like, a person just runs up that thing and just stands in front of a car, like, don't, okay, the car is not necessarily gonna want to drive over that, but it's not gonna be literally their fault, you know, if anything will happen, because why the heck would you actively just run up that driveway and put yourself at risk? you should know, like, this car is allowed to go there and should be going there, and well, should, like, allowed. And it's gonna be a little bit of a weird situation if someone is gonna try and stand in your way when reaching your goals. Like, well, that's not the place that you should be at. You should be in your own on your own path, in your own chariot. Why are you trying to stand in my way? But as I said, it's not necessarily in literal terms, but more like you are aware that this, or you, someone should be aware that this is not where people should be randomly walking, because that's dangerous, because there are situations happening. It's just like you should not jump into the water knowing there are sharks in there and you have a wound on your leg. It's like you're literally bringing yourself into a dangerous situation, and what will happen? Well, that's, yeah, their responsibility. So what people do is in their control, and what you do is in your control. So there's something about a message here, like, again, not literal when it comes to cars or whatever, but you're supposed to do what you're supposed to do, and what other people do is in their control, and you do not need to take over or to put yourself in someone else's shoes when they are actively doing things that are just, well, if somebody hurts somebody else, that's their choice, and the consequences are literally also their choice. That's all I'm saying. But what questions will help you heal and grow? So can I have another card here? So with the Chariot, I don't really understand the depiction though. I don't really see significance to a goal being reached, but hey, that's just me. Maybe I'm just don't have enough imagination. But what questions will help to heal and grow? Spirit, please help me with the Chariot. Will you, please? You're being asked to consider you're going toward a direction. So you already want to go there. I feel like you need to ask why you want to go there. So instead of questioning, like, what is going to happen next, what do you want to happen next? Because obviously you're going toward a direction. Okay, so without the mind being included, so without your fears being included, you're going toward a direction with, I feel like, a reason or a purpose behind it, So do you know what that purpose is? I think you do, because otherwise you wouldn't be going there. There is a purpose in your going there. But I feel like you sometimes do, like, have no clue where you're going or why you're doing it, even though it was literally your own choice. The thing is, I do feel like there's a reason behind it. So if you don't know or understand the path that you're on, well, maybe it's different. So maybe it's something that you've always wanted since you were younger, and now you're suddenly going toward the direction. You're like, why in heavens, like, why am I doing this? But maybe another question to ask is, why would you not be doing it? And then you should question the reasons behind why you should not be doing this. Is that actually true, the reasons that you're coming up with? I'll just say it like that. Or are those only things that have been happening in the past that are trying to keep you back? So why not try this thing out? Because I don't want to be embarrassed. But why would you be embarrassed? Well, because this and this and this happened. well, then you don't really need to ask. Well, I don't know about asking, but then the answer is right in front of you, right? But it's not going to be so easy to understand unless, well, I don't know. It's going to be easier for one or another, but in some for some people it's going to be easier, and for some people it's not going to be easier based on what it is. But if you'd instead of trying to limit and be too cautious of where you're going, try to tell yourself that everything is okay and everything is fine, and that you're being brought there for a reason, and that you will understand the reason when you're there. And that if you're worrying too much about that reason right now, it's gonna only go back toward the past mindset. You're giving attention to exactly that what you've been always doing, and that is overthinking. Instead of overthinking things, try to do that what your ego does not want you to do. And that is just move forward without too much of overthinking. Now, this can, of course, be, well, maybe not very easy for some people, but as long as you realize that exactly the key lies within you grasping that what you don't know but still want, you will learn a different kind of knowledge about that, about why you're approaching it, and why it's happening or what you're doing. I feel like you don't always need to question why you're doing things, but you may need to question or want to know the feelings behind it and how it will make you feel. Like, I'm not going to say that reasons are like unnecessary in general, but right now it's much more important to focus on the things that will get you out of that mindset that you need to keep thinking back to the past, or to things that you no longer have to deal with, like concern or anxiety and such worry about things that do not need to be worried about, in whatever that means. So what questions do you need to hear? What questions will help you grow too, heal and grow? What questions, Spirit? We have the Seven of Swords. Okay, so as I said before, I feel like you actually already know why or where you're going. But I feel like you are trying to avoid a certain outcome, but also avoid a certain knowledge. That is very simple and easy to understand. So, for example, someone can be in love with someone else, but their mind keeps getting in their way for whatever reason, and they keep telling themselves to not do that again. But why? Why would they not do that again? Like, why would they do that if they feel love? You know? I mean, I'm not going to say that logic or being a little bit aware of some situations may be very helpful, also for everyone involved, but why give so much attention to something that's only there to limit you, only there to hurt you, to tell you to be unhappy, in all honesty? Because why can we not just be in love or be in a relationship? Why do we need to limit ourselves? Why do we need to tell ourselves that something is wrong when it's maybe only wrong to ourselves? You know, it's more about like what we are telling ourselves And it's not really about the reality, because the reality is, I feel like it may be like a huge ass fear of judgment, instead of, it's not really about what you'll achieve, but what the consequences will be. So thinking that someone may not agree with you. So if you knew you would be supported, what would you do? If you did not have all these negative thoughts bringing you down and tearing you apart and blocking what is ahead for you, if you did not have all of that negativity and the feeling of needing to think 20,000 steps forward, how would you approach a situation? Why not just take one step forward and just notice how easy it was to take that step? When you notice that, what you've been fearing the most is actually non existent. And my face right now, it's like, well, yeah, actually, the truth is, it's pretty simple, like in a way of speaking, like, I mean, I'm not going to say that your fears are not real to you, but if you did not have those fears, if the situation will be different, how would you approach it? Well, in a way that you'd want to, I suppose, but why not do it in a way that you want to in this situation? Is it illegal? Is it gonna hurt somebody? Is, like, are you going to literally punch someone in the face, or or drive somebody over? Like, it's like, let's look at it in a different perspective. Like, is it literally going to send someone to misery in a way, like is it literally going to land somebody in a hospital? Is it going to hurt them, like, really? Or is it just their perceptions that you do not want to, mm, that will hurt you instead? Like, I recently, like the last few weeks, I've been, like, since I've been dealing a little more with ridiculous comments, or like people, yeah, whatever. And that's also something that still triggers me, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, so this obviously bothers me in some way. So how do I deal with it in a way? How do I bring myself back to reality? How do I give myself more permission to just explore something without feeling the need to be perfect for somebody else? For example, like, this may be silly, but it is silly. Am I literally going to cause someone to end up in a car crash or something because I don't shave my legs? Am I literally going to, for example, am I literally going to um um be the most horrible human being on earth if I gain a little bit more weight? Am I going to be absolutely terrible and disgrace to humanity if I don't listen to ridiculous social rules? Is it really going to be that big of a deal? Or is it just going to try and limit me to just do whatever the fuck I want? I'm seeing it more in the light, like, wow, it's such a ridiculous thing to be like, oh no, something is not the way that I want it. Fix it. It's like, well, is the world ending or something? Like why and like why act so dramatic about it? Why act as if you're so entitled to just behave that way with me and expect some things from me that are not necessary to expect? Like, why would you not just focus on what you can control instead of trying to control what I am doing? You know, it just helps me personally to question whether it's literally going to make the world stop, whether it's literally going to be the absolute horrible decision. Like, if I'm not gonna watch out on the street when like a kid runs over, then yes, that's definitely not really the best decision I could have made, or I could make, and that's something I don't do. I usually watch out a little too much, um, but the more I have that mindset, the more it's easier for me to understand what actually is a problem and what is not. Like, I'm not gonna talk or say anything about like my finances or how I do that, but I used to be, and I'm talking about like weeks to even months ago, and mostly months ago, I used to be so stressed about something when it comes to monetary stuff, and now I'm like, you know what? This is like actively like, and I'm not lying at all. I used to be so stressed when I would not be able to pay something on time. For example, and I'm like, well, the thing is, I am eventually going to pay for it. It may not be the necessarily like most respectful way, but if I'm not able to do it, then I'm not able to do it. But at least for a little while. So it's like, as long as I have patience with myself and know that it will be fixed in the end, that everything will be fine, I'm a lot more able to not be too stressed about the outcome, because it's like, it's gonna work out anyway. Like, because I think I may have thought that the like they will that people will really treat me as if I'm the biggest piece of shit, when in actuality I'm just trying to survive. Like, I could have just paid, like I could have like a few days ago just paid for something, or like or done like taken a responsibility sooner, or like just pay for something that I like after pay, stuff like that. um and of course I'm gonna still pay for it, but it's like, if I had to choose to pay for that thing, um or pay for my groceries and pay a little bit later for the other stuff, like, if I'm not able to live, then I'm not able to pay anyway. So it's like, I need to prioritize things. I don't know why that's so significant or specific to be less stressed and more at peace with my own decisions. So in any case, if you're wondering like, how should I go forward, ask yourself whether it's literally going to ruin your life, or whether it's just going to be an what is that, like a kick to the ego. um you can try to embrace the unknown a little bit more without trying to predict the outcome of certain things that have happened before, or whatever, or try to put your past back into the future or present. Why do that? And the thing is, I have no clue what this is about, but that's the information that I'm being given. So, what questions will help you heal and grow? Okay. We have the Hanged One. So, this is also a reminder, like, this is reminding me again of my story with the monetary stuff and all that. Like, and I'm not gonna, even I am, like, right now thinking, like, I don't know how people will react to this, whether it will be bad or good, how people will see it. It's like, I'm not even gonna bother and think about that right now, because it's not important, because it works. But the hanged one is, I know, like, the hanged man, or the the actual card's title, but they've adjusted to not have any gender based on that card. And the hanged one is like, I got myself into this situation and now I surrender. So this is what happens, and like, I was curious to see how the other, how would look if I will um look into it, look at it in a different perspective. So to just hang upside down and you're like, wow, it looked completely different now. So that actually was very helpful. So try to do something different and you'll see how it will shift. Like, your perspective will shift to something like, huh? I did not expect that. Like, what? It's this is the perspective. This is much prettier. This is much better. It's like the person sort of looks like it's looking down, like almost maybe in thought, I don't know, and maybe is not noticing all that beautiful nature around her. Them, him, them, person, human being. And it's like, wow, I should have just looked somewhere else. And that would have been much better. The head one is like, give it a chance. It's not gonna be like horrible thing. Like, honestly, I feel like you'll be quite comfortable. Like, I'll just chill, If anything, maybe it will even be better. Maybe you've been hanging on, like, upside down all this time and you have not realized that this entire time your surroundings look pretty different from what's going on in your head or your next move or whatever you want to call it. So what else? Like, how would life be, or how would you feel if the situation were to be different? And honestly, I don't even like saying this, because it's like, start actually making one small change, and that is just a perspective change. Focus on something else, and then the questions will kind of vanish, or at least be answered. Something just will change in your perception toward the things that you've been looking at, and you'll be like, okay, so that changes everything. What questions will help Group 2 heal and grow? What does healing look like? What does growing look like? What if you could give your past a title, a name? What will the name be? You don't need to necessarily comment them down below, I mean, unless you want to. But it's like, this is like, what do you need to ask yourself? What will be something interesting for you to question? What will change your perspective? How can you start believing in yourself a little bit more? What questions will help? Okay, this time I'll accept these two want to go together. So, what's that? Some scratch? Okay, something. We have the Nine of Swords together with the World. So, what do you need to realize in order for these Nine of Swords, for these fears to vanish? What about your past is currently untrue? What about your mindset could be changed? What, how would you perceive your own mind? Do you think it's something like a happy place? Hmm. What if everything just went perfectly well? Like, I'm not gonna say how it's gonna go, but just know that everything will turn out very, like, what, how would you feel if I told you that the worst is already over? That it cannot get any worse? Not anymore. That what you have experienced, what would you do if you knew that the past is officially over? The past is the past. And it does not need to roll you or be repeated anymore. What if I told you that you have learned your lesson and you can continue doing that? What if I told you that you are not at all shamed or blamed? What if I told you that everything that you accused yourself of is just everything that you have accused yourself of, no one else? What if you knew that everything that limits you is all just in your mind? What if you just do not see that someone is putting you on a pedestal? You know, what if everything is much better than you had anticipated? Like, these are questions that I really feel that could be very important for you. What if I actually put my head up and notice that the night, it may be dark, but the stars are out there and they're really cute and stuff. Or they're just very pretty. What if you start to embrace your flaws and notice that those flaws never really existed? What if you just be like, okay, so maybe I have these flaws, but that's just the way it is? What, like, you could start with that. There are, of course, many ways you could do that, but I'm just trying to, like, give examples or ways that could be something that you may not have tried before, which if you have, then, well, then you try something else, because the definition of insanity is doing things over and over again and expecting different results. So now we're going to move to the advice part, or last messages, guidance, and any other questions for you to meditate on. So let's see. I challenge myself to recognize when my beliefs may be leading me to catastrophize. I can't believe it. Like, this deck, like, I even said it with group one, like, this deck, like, or these decks, like, all that I've bought from there, like, it's so freakishly accurate. Like, I love using these because they're just, I could have just looked at this card and already known what kind of energy this is. Like, what if everything is so different from what you expect it to be? Challenge yourself to believe that, yourself to recognize that your beliefs may be leading you to catastrophize. Maybe leading you to make everything look like it's gloomy and dark. Now, I step into I step into my highest potential when I consider other, more preferable possibilities that may exist and choose to focus on the evidence which supports what is most probable, while also instilling trust in myself to be able to manage whatever may come my way. Look at this. Look at this. I can't say anything else. This is the perfect card for this reading. I'll just say it like that. It is perfect. And it's also giving me like this silent comfort, well, this quite loud confirmation actually, that what I've been picking up on is right. Always love that. There is a stream of love supporting my dreams. Look at this. And what would you do if you knew you would be supported? How would you react? So you are definitely being supported. Your dreams are supported. Wherever you want to go, fucking go there. Damn it. Whatever it is, you'll be very, very successful. Now, surrender comparisons with other people. Keep your eyes trained on yourself. Focus on your own strengths, attractiveness, and power. Like, I don't know what you guys think, but everyone is attractive in their own way. And I'm saying it because attractive, it's literally just a subjective thing. It's not objective. So you are always attractive. Even if other people are too blind to see that. That's just their problem, right? Gratitude. Showing gratitude will make room for what you want to effortlessly materialize in your life. So let's look at the things that you already have. Let's look at the things that you have with, like, instead of looking at like things that you do not have, let's look at what you already have within you, which is you, your beautiful soul, your guidance, your loving heart, your willingness to cooperate. I'm hearing that. Your willingness to accept and live compassionately. Okay, so next card. Make peace with fear. Oh, there we go. Y'all, I'm not making this up. Because I'm really bad at making things up. I really am so horrible at it because I can't. And that will literally just take all my energy away. And do you think I'm gonna do that when I'm tired? I don't think so. I'm not gonna do that. Anyway, so group 2, you're beautiful, you're gorgeous, you're amazing, and you're supported. I love you. Thank you for being here. I love your energy. Yeah, okay. But thank you so much for being here. That's all I have for you. Just to remind you, the like button underneath this video is there to confirm to me that you enjoyed the reading, you know, showing me love and shit like that. Good shit. And also shows me what you want to see in the future. So if you want to support me, you can comment down below and let me know how it resonates. And other ways of supporting me are mentioned in the description if you're interested, for example, like donating or something like that. Because... oh, yeah, my stomach's saying I'm hungry. Anyway, I'm sending you much love, joy, and healing. Thank you for letting me read for you, and I hope to see you back soon. Hi, Group 3. Welcome to your reading. So we will be looking into what questions will help you heal and grow. So let's get started with the pre-shuffled oracle cards to look into your energy and see whatever questions will come through. Or whatever messages. So pink seeds, growth under the surface. I'm being reminded of like dreams that I have that include a pool. Like, let's be honest, a restricted or limited area with water. But it's just, I favor pools over the sea because it's much clearer, cleaner, and I do not have to worry when I dive that there are any kind of dangerous animals that I do not want near me. But I don't know. Number 43. And as soon as I start the reading, the sun is shining. Like, it's not the prettiest day. And suddenly your energy just lights up the sky. Oh, wow. That is a whole different kind of... That's my curtain. That's sunny. And it's good. Anyway, so... be bold and make the first move. Cardinal moon in reverse. I suppose I still need to wake up. Hi, good morning. It's morning? Yes, it's morning. At least where right now, it's morning. I don't know whether you are right now watching this in the morning, but maybe you are. it's not very significant. to me. Starseed, what lights you up? And I love that this card is coming out since I just said, like, you light up the sky. You literally, like, as soon as I start the reading, the sun suddenly comes. I hope it will stay a little bit longer than just 10 seconds, which, yeah. Okay. What lights you up? Some of y'all have the tendency to kind of avoid a certain question or avoid nitpicking, I'm hearing. Whew. But it could also be that your energy is like, I just woke up. And it's very pastel color, like a very light pink, purple, or blue. Which you may like unicorns, or there's nothing about unicorns. I don't know why. The elements, back to basics. Earth. Moon, fire, water, air, spirit. I'm suddenly hearing the name Madonna. Me has no knowledge about who that person is. Growth, light, evolution, nurturing. I'm hearing maturing in my head as well. Leveling up. Shadow, impatience, lack of movement. And here we have be bold and make the first move in reverse. Nurture the seeds you've planted. Trust nature's timing. For some of you, you may have been called to group 2. But if that is not the case, then that's not going to be true for you. Anger. Okay. I'm getting a very calm energy from you, like not too shabby looking. Why I say that, I don't know. Okay. So I see a lot of pink and a lot of pastel colors, and I am all for that. I mean, look at this candle. Like, I saw her, I smelled her, and I was like, I'll take you home with me. And I want tenfolds more of this one. Although it was kind of like from a dollar store, but... Well, not literally, because where I live, I don't pay dollars, I pay euros. I live in Europe. At least some part. If you're hungry, get something to eat. And I'm not talking about popcorn, okay? Why am I immediately being brought to popcorn? Like, I have no clue. That's not my favorite snack. Chips also, it's cool. I love it, but that's not real food. If you know what I mean. So there are definitely questions about, like, whether you are really treating yourself or really listening to what your body is telling you. I do feel like you have sometimes I'm looking at this depiction. I'm seeing like the it's dripping from this leaf, and it's also dripping into this bottle, this leaf. So it's maybe like there's this balanced thing going on, whether it has to do with anger or not. But I do want to still look at the depiction, how that may look like. Sometimes you use or you take things into your own hands and balance it out very well, or whatever it is. Do I see, by the way, any other? Number 12 and number 43. You can also just flip it over, and like 34 and 21. If I don't know why I said that. Like, I do feel like your life is really soothing, or your existence, so to speak. And maybe you're just really coming into a place where you're a lot more, where you are a lot more resistant to the things that you do not need to do. So, and when I say resistant, I mean like you show the courage, you show the willingness to support your own dreams instead of other people's dreams. So but if you do have struggling, like if you are struggling with that, then yeah, again, like what I said, if you felt called to group 2, just for the ones who did. If not, ignore what I'm saying. Like I suddenly noticed, I didn't notice it in group 1 or 2, but I had this little heart. Oh god, it's not malachite. What? Malachite could be significant or whatever. I have no idea which one that is, but I do know it's a stone, it's a crystal mineral. This is it's the one that's always like has those cloud figures or sculptures. Pink. No, it's not pink aragonite. Right? Pink calcite. Let me just look it up, because I don't want to say things that are not true. So I don't know about pink calcite, but it's like Mangano pink calcite. Oh god. Mangano, I don't know how to pronounce it. Yes, in a hard form. But this was like this side is a little bit like the label of the price was on there, so I had to literally kind of scrub it off, and I cannot stand doing that because it's such a to put so much energy into that. But I felt like I looked at it and I was like, I need to turn it around because this is a lot more glossy, it's a lot more shiny. So I don't know whether that is significant. So what do you need to polish? What do you need to like what's that word? Don't know. Like to smooth the edges a little bit. Like I feel like whatever you need to know right now is that you're definitely doing things very well. And the thing is, I'm not being told what it is, but I do know like your energy is smooth. Your energy is like, I'm going where I need to go, and I will not let anyone distract me, and you're like taking it easy and slow. Like you're not really making too much of a fuss out of it. Or tantrum, I don't know, but it feels like you're going forward and you're really leveling up. Leveling up in a way where, like, because we have all the elements here, like, I feel like you're kind of like really solid, like balanced. Like, everything is sort of like, I'm not saying everyone is your friend, but you're kind of like adjusting to each and every situation. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Again, there's something about like you, like possibly having had a bumpy road. So what does this energy tell me about what questions will help you heal and grow? Well, I feel like the first thing that you really need to do is to not put so much pressure on yourself on what you need to do. Because I feel like your creative being, your creative nature will allow you to explore everything that you can. However, I feel like you may sometimes get stressed out because you don't know how it's going to turn out, or whether you've been putting too much attention into this and into this. Like, I do feel like there's this struggle, like, I'm not saying power struggle, but it somehow kind of feels like that, just a teeny tiny bit. I also feel like you need to know that the way that you've been going forward requires a lot of effort and a lot of hard work, and it does not just happen very quickly and easily. Okay, that makes a lot of sense actually, because maybe the reason why you've been so stressed is because you've been expecting a little bit too much out of yourself, like needing to be faster or to work better or to do more and to have things worked out a lot sooner. Like, chill, like, dude, chill. Let's just take a breather, okay? Like you're doing amazing job, like an amazing job. And just because you're taking things a little bit slower than other people doesn't mean that you are doing something bad, or that you're like, you may sometimes be like, should I be a little bit of a sneaky peaky person and kind of like um cheat. I'm not saying cheating like in a bad way, but like sometimes you have like those thoughts like, what if I will do this, like, and be very sneaky about it, you know? But there's also this option to just trust whatever will come. Like, you don't need to literally have too much control over what is happening. If you haven't noticed yet, this is like just wool. Wool, like for also for me, it's comfortable to kind of just play around with it a little tiny bit. Anyway, like, I feel like you may be like, the thing is, you are doing so amazing. Like, I'm seeing things happening for you very soon. Like, I don't know what it is, but it just feels like pure enjoyment. Um, and the feeling of having achieved something for yourself, even if it's something small, like, I feel like the small things will gradually like turn into bigger and bigger and bigger things, and you will understand that it had nothing to do with your speed or with your ability to do something. It has to do with your willingness to do it in the first place. Like, just because you're not as bold to make the first move doesn't mean, or just because you struggle to take the first step doesn't, or to make the first step, to go to first, do it, you know, it doesn't mean that you're in, like, literally trying to ignore it or avoid it. Like, you're still making steps in your own way, even if they're a little bit tweaked, you know, like, whatever is helpful for you right now, like, and whatever will, like, the person that you're wanting to become is not far away from you. Like, you are already that person, but you're setting a little bit of like um this expectation of how it needs to be, how you perceive yourself, or as if you need to be completely successful. But do you think that the most successful people are like happy in every single thing? Like, well, I don't know about that, but I'm being given that question. Like, do you really think that perfection exists? Like, perfection is not what you think it is. It's like, perfection is achievable, but it's not the perfection that you have thought. It has. Oops. Y'all okay? I am okay. But my camera was like, we can't open the camera, error or whatever. Hasn't happened for a little while, but anyway. Perfection is not really like just like that, the video, like, perfection is not like expecting everything to go exactly the way that you want it, or exactly the way that you thought it will be. Perfection also has flaws. To me, it's like, for me personally, I was like, so what the hell is perfection then? Well, perfection doesn't necessarily need to be what you either think, like, no one is perfect, or you see perfection as something that can be flawed. Perfection is something, perfection is not really about seeming perfect, it's about feeling that everything is just aligning. And every little flaw is included because those flaws are necessary for you to become even more successful, to become even more perfect, however you want to call it. It's very achievable. Like you can look at it whatever, in whatever way you want. You can see it as like, well, perfection doesn't exist, if that works for you. But you can also see it as like, perfection is always there, but not in the way that you think. Or it's like, well, you don't need to think of yourself as being like the best of the best of the best, because we all have flaws in that way, but not, you can also see like your flaws being something that is very necessary for you and this life, because that's why you're here. I have my flaws because that without these flaws, I wouldn't feel the darker side. I wouldn't feel the pain or the necessary truths or revelations that come from it. Like without pain, without these flaws, we wouldn't even know what gratitude will feel like or what happiness feels like. It's something like in the small things. Like I'm not saying that we all deserve like to be hurt or to be abused, pain, to be traumatized. That's literally not what I'm saying, unless that's how you perceive it, but that's really not my intention at all. All I'm saying is like it makes life flawed. But anyway, so you could literally, this could also be a question like what lights you up? Um Questions could also be how can you go back to the basics? What are you, where is your anger? Or how do you express anger? How are you growing? What, how are you leveling up? Or how can you be, I'm hearing be of service to yourself? How can you nurture your inner child is what I literally just heard. How to listen more to your body. Like, what does your body need? What does it ask from you? This could be an interesting reading, honestly. Like, what does your body need from you? If you're interested in that, please let me know in the comments. Put a timestamp, please, to this part so I know what you are talking about in the context, because I really need to, if I can hear myself say it, I'm like, oh, I get it. Now I remember what we were talking about. Please do that because it's very important. But I will also, I think I will just note it in my phone because it's a very interesting concept, idea. What does your body need from you? But if you would like just comment it down below, then I would at least know that you're interested or that it's something that you may want to see soon, you know? Like if you let me know that you really are very excited about this and that you would love to see this sooner than later, then I know where your priorities are. And yeah, but you know, I'm not gonna let other people like pressure me into doing something sooner or whatever, but it will at least give me a little bit like, oh, okay, so I know this person wants that, so, or someone wants it, so. But I'm just trying to explain the way that I work, the way that I sort of do things. So where is the deck that I had chosen, the tarot deck? I did not show it in the intro because I was too lazy to do so. And I'm owning that fact. Like, why I don't need to always be, like, what I have to offer is always enough. And you will find out eventually. This, by the way, is the Numinous Tarot. Like, I will always put these decks' names in the description if you are interested. But this is made by someone who created, illustrated, and written by Cedar McLeod, or Cedar McLeod, I don't know how to pronounce the name. The Numinous Tarot is a 79 card deck and blah 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 for readers of all levels, including beginners. Both the deck and guidebook feature gender neutral language. Taking tarot emotional, this deck will guide you through whatever path you walk during this lifetime. But the thing I wanted to mention specifically is that it is gender neutral, and you do not need to. So, for example, if you feel like, for example, you were your birth gender was female or male, whatever, and you feel different, or you feel like you're none of the above, then this deck is actually very much there to show you, because this person also is gender neutral. So I think they were born a male, but that is literally not birth. Gender does not mean identity. That just means, yeah, biological stuff, and or maybe it's the wrong word, like y'all know what I mean. But if that's something you vibe with, and honestly, you gotta be kidding me, look at this vibe, pink and blue, it's everywhere. So this is like, I honestly also I had a general reading about my aura color, and it was also like pink, blue, or something like that. So who knows, maybe I'll be called to this reading, but I will not watch it because that's... I'm able to talk, but I'm not able to listen to what I'm saying, if that makes any sense. Okay. So, what questions will help group 3 heal and grow? I mean, okay. The Fool. Okay, so where do you need to take the first step? What is something that you want to try? What is something that you want to leap into? And do you see much? No, you cannot. You can only see that this person has... Oh, I see. Like I may be a creep for doing this, but this is something that I find interesting. And I'm kind of looking at the body of like the card, and I see, I honestly see like this little bit of a red stripe here, as if for example, the chest, the chest area, the breasts have been removed, or have been, you know, like going from female to male. And I see hairy legs, but honestly, who fucking cares? Anyone who likes to judge people, or who is afraid of their own body. If one will just be acceptant of other people, then they would not need to judge. That's just the way it is. Or acceptant of themselves. Now, so the Fool is about like starting all new, going into a situation and diving in, or just taking a leap of faith, so to speak. So this Fool, whatever, in a good way, is like, I'm gonna go dive in. Like, I'm gonna go and start all new in this new life. And with this rainbow here, it's, yeah, LBGT. Okay, wait, what is the thing? LGBTQIA plus. I very much appreciate y'all. I just have struggles with that entire word, like, sometimes, because word. Did I say work? No, word. Anyway. So the Fool is there to ask you, like, where do you need to take the first step? Where do you need to let go of the past and move into the new? Where do you want to try something new completely without any knowledge about how to get there? Because I feel like you're creative and you're just wanting to have some sort of new adventure. And I feel like you kind of already have like this feeling of where it could go. Like, I'm hearing like you could have 2 or 3 or 4 projects or interests where you want to dive into. And, well, this is not the 7 of Cups, so I will say, like, you can choose whatever you want to do, like, you know, whatever you want to choose. So with the 7 of Cups, it's usually like there is one option you can choose, sort of. But with the Fool, like the 7 of Cups is like choices, decisions. Like, you could go any kind of direction, you know. And the Fool is like, let's just start anew. Whatever choice being made, you can just try it out and learn from the experiences. And I'm gonna say, it's not gonna be like a smooth road. Like you can take that leap of faith and just have faith that you'll land safe, and that where you will end up, and whatever will happen in that road, like, that there will be flaws and there will be perfections. No, there will be like the good and the bad times, and it's like, that's just life, and it's just the way it is. But if your focus is too much on negative things, then you're ruining you're kind of ruining for yourself, you know. So I will highly suggest to focus on the positive things and to be bold and make the first move. Like, honestly, the Fool is like saying, like, this card is sort of like this, like, make the first move, like, be bold and do it. Whether it's like saying to your crush that you like them, or whether it has to do with something completely different, because, you know, make the first move always reminds me of something like that. I'm being given the information that you have so many things up your sleeve. You can do so many things, and right now is not the time to sink into your bed and to possibly just overthink about everything. Like I'm hearing like you're already past that. Like, so let's dive in and experience what needs to be experienced, because you've been waiting for quite a while for like a sign, but if necessary, you can see this entire reading as a sign, like, well, my dude, just go for it. Whether you identify with a dude as being a dude or not, it doesn't matter. You do you. So so what questions will help you heal and grow? So Spirit, do you have any questions for group 3? I hope I didn't say group 1 or group 2, because I don't remember. Okay. Where do you need to heal and grow? What do you need to do for yourself? What can be the most positive outcome? Like, Spirit really wants you to look into the questions that does not linger on being too careful or pessimistic or just negative, but wanting you to explore the realms that are actually very, very positive, that are going to work out fine. So what could work out in this situation? So instead of thinking about things going wrong, what could go right? Let's just like, I don't think that you're necessarily being too overthinkish in like the area of like bad, like negative thoughts or anything like that. But I do think that you may worry yourself with like, I have no idea where I need to go and if I should even do this. And it's like, well, you're already doing it. See it like that. If maybe it will be easier for you to know, like, you're already doing it. Your intention is there. All you need to do is get your body moving. And I'm not going to tell you to go out there and just jog like for like 2 hours or whatever. Like, I'm just saying, because I said go out there and get moving, but that's more like get out there towards your dreams. Do what you feel is right to do for you, what you need to do for yourself. Okay, so what questions will help you heal and grow? So what questions do you need to ask yourself? Explore, like, how would it feel like to explore ancient history? And when I say ancient, I feel like it could be 10 years ago, it could be 50 years ago, it could be 100 years ago, it could be 1,000 years ago. Like, something that may be interesting for some of you. And not for everyone, because that's to me like a completely different vibe. But, well, not completely different, but it's just something significant for some people, for some of you who are watching this. If that doesn't resonate, then you can just ignore that message. It was not for you, it was for somebody else. Oh, chill. Let's chill, okay? So what questions will help group 3? I almost want to say group 2. Group 3, heal and grow. What questions do you need to hear? Okay, so we have the Hermit. I was like, as soon as the card fell out, I was immediately being reminded of a dream I had last night. Or before I woke up, I'll say that. And it had to do with something with like cloning, with 4 people being cloned. Like, their being was being duplicated, I don't know, copied, so to speak. And two of the real people who finally got to meet, like, or it was so it was honestly a little bit, it's like it's hard to explain. Let's just say it like that. Um, because these two people recognized, like, oh, we're the fakies, so they killed the ones who copied them, which were also copied or were also fake. No, no, as if they were like, it almost felt like an RPG game or something like that. I don't even know how to explain. But the hermit is like, okay, it's an interesting thing because I literally just said, like, right now it's not the time to contemplate and all that stuff. And the hermit is here to tell you, I don't necessarily think that the hermit is here to be like, what you said was wrong, stuff like that. But I do like what I said. But I do feel like the hermit is here to tell you to lighten up. I know it's a little bit of a weird way because of the hermit, because it's right dark, looking into the not necessarily shadows, but what do I want? The hermit is like questioning their own desires and their own needs, and takes themselves out of the outside world and kind of goes inside the inside world and lingers a little in there to look into the things that are needing to be looked at. So things that other people cannot help you with, because that's something that you need to do yourself, which is reflection. But I don't want to have a clarifier here with the hermit. Why do I suddenly feel like this kind of feeling? Like, I don't want to do this. I don't know. Like, like maybe that's literally you, and you're like, I don't want to do that, but I don't really feel it really is about that, because it feels very light. What I said before, right now is not the time to contemplate, but I do feel like the hermit is here to tell you, or to give you a question. It's not really here to tell you to contemplate too much, at least. Because I feel like you've already done that. But I feel like the things that you maybe need is, instead of asking too many questions, you need to ask the right questions. To yourself, something that will actually lift you up. Like, I feel like this is more like a spirit guide right now, wanting to give you some information instead of that this is needing to be you. So let's get a clarifier for the hermit. What is the hermit talking about? No, one card. Can I have like a card for the hermit today? Thank you. See? Isn't that painful? 7 of Tomes. Okay. Tomes. It's a change to a structure. The Tomes is Pentacles. So the 7 of Pentacles. What is this? What I sow. Okay, it says that in the book, like, what I will sow. So what you put your attention to is something that you may manifest into your world. So I have no clue what that means right now, but let's look into this. So the hermit about 7 of Pentacles. I'm having a little bit of a struggle, a challenge moment with the tomes. I can't stand it right now. Apologies, but that's like this little bit of a structure change that I struggle with. And many people do that. It's okay. It's okay. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. What we sow. Okay, that's literally sits to the side of the book. And the 7 of Pentacles. I'm gonna, for flip's sake, call it Pentacles. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. the Seven of Pentacles. Let's not get into a tantrum mode. Oh, okay. I just saw 11:11 on the timing. Not of this video, but I just saw 11:11. Let me just take a sip of my drink. Okay. Please give me a minute. I need to kind of relax my mental state because it's still in shock from this card. Whew. Wow, that that's called like this sort of personal trigger to change. Welcome to the club if you all feel the same way, or some of you feel the same way. Okay, just a second. My sweater, my long sleeve was just a little bit. Okay, so can I do something about this? What can I do? Okay, okay, so I'll do it in an easy way. Sorry, but it distracts me, and that is it's not gonna help me. The Seven of Pentacles is about they're like having put a lot of your attention, a lot of effort into something, and like having a lot of patience and waiting it out and being very proud of what you see and how things have turned out, because you've put so much effort into it, and now it's going well. Like you are able to reap what you were sowing. So I feel like this is supposed to tell you, like, what have you already achieved that you may not be necessarily that actively, thinking of, like, aware of? What have you already done? Like, I feel like this is also like about you have already done the inner work. I'm not saying that this will never happen again, but you have done what you needed to do to go forward in your journey. And you need to be aware of that, because there are so many things that are happening right now. If it will be me, then I'd be saying, for myself, like, I've been, like, doing readings now, like, general readings, like, pick a card readings for, like, over a year, like, maybe a year and a half, or something like that. And now I have, like, at the time that I'm filming this, like, over 600 subscribers. That's, and before, I'm immediately reminded of this, like, ego thought, like, well, it could be more. That's exactly what you are doing. It could be better. You're already so high up that you don't even notice that just because other people were more successful, that's the way that you will perceive, that you will say yeah, okay. Just because you perceive that other people have done something a lot faster or sooner or whatever, doesn't mean that you are not successful or that you did not achieve it. Because I'm, for example, thinking of myself like, well, you know what? I'm not that easy of a person, even for myself, to listen to, and not a lot of people are. And actually, maybe that is a blessing in disguise, because I may think that I'm not good enough for everyone, but maybe that's exactly what I need. I need to be good for some people, and I need to be bad for some other people, because that will make sure that the right people will stick with me and not the wrong people, because they don't want to be somewhere that they are not, where they cannot stand. Like, people who cannot stand me, that's exactly what I need, because if I didn't have those people, those kind of people, like, making dumb things, making dumb comments or whatever, if I didn't have that, or not necessarily like those comments, but if people would be all over me, then let's just be honest, a lot more stress. I have a lot more like of this expectation of, because people think that I'm, for example, perfect. Why act like, I mean, I am amazing and perfect in my own way. Like I honestly really appreciate what I do, especially like when it's happening in the moment. Like, oh, I'm just so grateful and like for myself and that I'm doing this. And that's what it's supposed to be. Um and not a lot of people are able to see that, and that's okay. And I'm not going to say that I will think that's okay like after this reading or before, and I still have my doubts, but if I think about it, like, you are watching, you're still here, you're appreciating my content, that's all that I need, right? um I mean, of course it could always be better, but it could also be a lot worse. Where you make where you're not able to take care of yourself, or like, maybe I have just been, like, I've been thinking about this too, like, maybe I have less subscribers than other people, even if it's after like more than a year or something. Maybe that's because I've learned a lot sooner how to put boundaries for myself. And people who are not able to do that at first, um, and they just kind of did what other people did, well, that, yeah, it's just to kind of make other people happy, but not yourself. And that's what I, at the very beginning, okay, I was like still a little bit struggling with myself, and I'm still, well, like, in all honesty, like in half a year or like in a year after like this reading, it will be different for me, and I will also be very proud of where I will be in the future. But I can at least be very, very happy with what I already have. And even if I am not the most successful, that doesn't mean that I am not appreciated and that I do not deserve the attention from other people. But if I will choose between having a lot of subscribers, like more than, I don't know, a million, and having more than half of it being assholes, then I would rather have a smaller channel. Then I would rather be for the ones who actually are able to handle me, who are actually handle me as, actually able to accept me, respect me, and that's kind of just my vibe, and that's good. And it's not about me at all. I mean, this story is about me, but what I'm saying, this is supposed to be like learn from my well, not mistakes, but try to understand, well, not understand, but I hope you are able to understand what I'm saying with this. Like, you do not need to be perfect for everyone or to be right for everyone, and see that as a blessing rather than something that you need to be ashamed of or afraid of, because this will bring you a lot more happiness in the future, even if you're not going to be um, for everyone. Hmm. And who says that it's not going to get even better in the future? Like, patience is maybe the thing that you need. Like, you're already very, very up and about with yourself, so why, like, like, maybe that's just for you to learn that sometimes it's good to have patience. And the Seven of Pentacles is about patience, because without that patience, you wouldn't get the results. You wouldn't be able to, like, you'd be too tempted to just watch every single 10 minutes, like, how is my manifestation going, how is this going, how's that going. See all the patience that you get as patience, all the time that you get as a blessing, because it will only make things better, not worse. Whew. But that's also interesting to, like, to ponder, like, to look into. So what have you already achieved? What can only get better from this? What are the qualities that people right now look up to? So let's say you're also like not necessarily like me, but you also have something like that going on, where you need followers, or you need people to pay attention to you, or to even beep in my ear, to acknowledge you is the word that I was trying to say, or what I wanted to say. But Ow. Okay. Cracked my well, not really my hip, but like at my thigh, and it's a good crack. I like it's not really an adjustment, it's just a relief. Um but how can you, like, the easiest way, if easy at all for some people, is to look at it like, well, how would your past self look at you right now? My past self will be okay, let me just channel my past self for a second. Okay, my past self will be terrified of what's coming ahead. Like, oh my, like being very dramatic or upset. Like, oh my God, this is too much. I can't bear it. Like, my past self would look at me or look at this and be like, I can't take it. Like, I need to retreat to my comfortable shell. My past self will like cry, not necessarily because it's and not, maybe not because, well, it's good things going on, but my past self will be too worried about how I even got here in the first place. And yeah, like I suppose I will be. Like I know myself like no one else. Like, yeah, that's usually true. But my past self will be like just so intimidated by what I have achieved. And me at the like currently will be like, well, actually everything is fine. Like, I don't know. Um, but I'm able to empathize with my past self. Let's just be honest. My past self was like really, really scared of what could, all the intense things that could be going on, like the projections of like how people will react to me or something like that. And the thing is, I'm a lot more comfortable because I know that you can only hear me and not see me or my facial expressions, and that is very comfortable to me because I have some sort of weird thing around like seeing myself like in a picture, or like, or not picture necessarily, but like in a camera and like talking or making weird faces. I'm like, what the heck am I doing? Anyway, what questions will help you heal and grow? So, where have you already grown so much? I feel like you also will be able to realize that you're constantly growing. Like, I mean, we all do, but where are you doing it and where are you growing right now? And another question would be like, what do you think is a blockage? But what is actually, but what is that blockage actually? Is that blockage really a blockage, or is it just another growth challenge? Like, you're constantly growing, even when you're like not aware of it. Growth does not mean like, oh, I'm so healed, I'm good. Like, how do you think you got to that place? To heal, you must also face the not so comfortable parts of yourself. And that also takes a lot of effort, and that also is very, it shows that you're just growing. Am I right? So let's see. Anything else? What questions might leg out? Like, I'm sitting like cross-legged all the time. That's just my position. But if it takes too long, gets ouch. Yeah. What questions will help group 3 heal and grow? What questions do you need to hear right now? Okay, Spirit, why are you reminding me of that part? Like, I don't know why my dreams are so significant to this, but my dreams often, I mean, I know that dreams are subconscious and are a way of, like, putting puzzle pieces together of what is happening inside. And what is happening inside of us is not as clear as day. It's a little bit of a puzzle that you need to put together, a little bit of a pattern solving thing, like looking into it as more abstract, which if in the right mood, I suppose I can handle it a little bit. Or if given information about it by spirit. But anyway. But Okay, I'm not gonna say what I was dreaming because dreams are weird. It's just the way it is. But it was somewhat of a preparation for, um, okay, I'm not gonna say that, but for a relationship in some sort of way. It was giving me a little bit of like hand on hand experience in the dream with, okay, that sounds weird, but with pleasure, or with experiencing the good things, and how what I'm thinking is something scary to me is actually going to dissolve as soon as I experience it. And then it was like, okay, now I'm ready. But something like hands on hand, like hand on hand experience, or what's that saying, like just practical experience instead of like thinking in theories or in um, what could be happening, like imagining it. It was really like, so I'll show you how it feels like, something like that. And it was not really that bad, even if it was unexpected. I'm trying to not be too, well, vague. I'm trying not to be that, but I'm also not trying to give too much information because, I mean, I understand the dream myself, but someone else would not. Oh gosh, now I even understand a lot more why I was dreaming that. Mm. Yeah, there's still this softy side within me that I highly or dearly like um, adore. Um, that didn't know anything about uh, like loving relationships. Anyway, what questions will help group 3 heal and grow? We have the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. Okay, so Wheel of Fortune. So I do want to say this, for even especially for the ones who were also called to group 2. I think, was that group 1 or group 2? I don't even remember, but I keep saying group 2, so I suppose that's that. But if you keep thinking in negative ways, like, what do you think will actually happen with that? Do you think that negative thinking will, in honesty, it's not really going to make things better. It's going to make you feel prepared for the worst, but it's also going to unnecessarily burden you with thoughts, visions, with imaginations, or situations that are not true, that do not exist. Mm. So as I was speaking about like imagination, about how you, like, I needed to mention that dream. So hand on hand experience may be very useful to you. Um, so instead of trying to think about it, try to do it, and then you prove yourself wrong about how. I think this is also, the sun is still out there, by the way, and I did not expect this. I mean, yeah, okay. The Wheel of Fortune. It's talking about like change, luck, about many things that I cannot fully grasp yet. Um, but this gives me the feeling of like, if you keep on looking toward the things that are possibly going wrong, like, you know that you've put a lot of your attention into like you doing the right things for yourself and making something work for you in a way that it just works. So why try to do something completely different now after you have the experience that it can be extremely the opposite of what you thought it could be? So instead of thinking of like how it could go wrong, you're almost trying to do something completely different to what you are used to. as if that will help you grow. Like, no. Like, trying new things, that's a good thing, but to go the completely opposite route and just and to not believe in your own power, that you're very much capable to do uh, all of these things. Just do it and you'll prove yourself wrong. But try to not get too caught up mm, with you needing to be right. And try not to take, like, it's almost like you've come so far. Do not take so many steps back right now, because that will not help you. Like, it's almost like you're choosing fear over courage and over beauty. Like, that's literally what you have not been doing, and now you're suddenly wanting to do that. Like, don't do that. Don't suddenly go back. Like, don't suddenly believe that things are going to end up horribly wrong. You've been coming so far. Like, try to bring that trust with you, that you have, how you have achieved things. Like, just go with the flow and see where it goes, and then you'll notice how easy it was. Like, you know how far you've come, you know what you're capable of. Don't make choices that you may regret. Or don't believe a sudden sort of itch within your mind, like, oh, maybe it's this and this and this. No, because it's just overthinking, it's just illusions. Look at what you already have and you'll see, like, why am I worrying at all? Like, it will just be fine. And it's also a reminder to be as authentic as you can be. So where are you limiting yourself? Where are you blocking yourself instead of, like, don't fool yourself. Like, you can take such a great step forward. And even if it's something small, it's better than doing nothing or even taking a step back. Like, it will be honestly foolish to suddenly retreat into your shell and, like, of course it's okay to just feel scared for a moment and kind of just get out of there and you know, be more encouraged. But sometimes it's good to just feel things out. That's what I'm trying to say, but don't ruin everything that you have. I'm not saying ruining because you're literally ruining it, but don't let your mind take over and make everything worse, even if it's just in your mind. Again, like, look at the positive things. Like, look at how things are going well, and you'll notice, like, how that will be a lot more helpful to you. So, what questions? And we have the world. So, what have you already achieved? What are you already proud of? Where in your life do you feel like you have really come so far? And again, this is like a reminder to not linger on the negative thoughts, to really remind yourself of everything that's going right, because that will bring you the courage, like the strength and the willingness, the not being afraid to go further, to make the first move. You've trusted yourself so far in everything. Why suddenly back down on that specific thing? I don't know what the specific thing is, but yeah. Okay, so now I can take this off again. I'm also hearing don't trigger yourself by putting things, or like redoing things that you used to do, that things that don't work anymore, because I feel like you will confuse everything within you, like your soul, you will confuse your mind, you will confuse your body, and you may have some sort of reaction to it which may not be very positive, like your body being like, no, we already cleansed this, so why do this? So I don't know, like your body, something about your body could be just very significant. Take care of your body, please. Thank you. Now we're going to get into some last messages and guidance for, or questions for you to meditate on. So I challenged myself to recognize when my beliefs may be leading me to personalize and make a situation about me. Okay. I step into my highest potential when I allow others to take ownership of the consequences of their actions and behaviors, freeing myself from a role and responsibility that was never meant to be my burden. I did say something about, like, it's not necessarily always about you, like what I said about my, like, me and my channel. Just because I don't do it the way that other people do doesn't mean that I do it wrong. Doesn't mean that I am wrong. And doesn't mean that I am bad. That just means everyone has different tastes. And not everyone is able to be cool and just like you, because they're dumb. I don't know, I feel like you need to hear that. Even if it's not true, like, you need to really give yourself a lot more respect than other people's thoughts and projections and expectations. Respect yourself more than those things that are not gonna help you. Okay. When I'm connected to my joyful presence, I attract support from the universe. This is exactly what I meant with don't back down now. Don't go the direction that you know is not gonna work. Stay in the vibe that you already have, and everything will be fine. Surrender your desire to control people. Being over-controlling can sabotage relationships. To more effectively achieve your goals, back off, regroup, and give the situation some breathing room. Let it go. It's time to let go of the negative thoughts that are consuming you. Don't waste your energy on them any longer. Okay, let's make some space for you. And the last card is surrender to uncertainty. And it seems like I'm hungry, which makes a lot of sense. I didn't eat anything today yet. It's still early. Now, whatever I've mentioned, I feel like it's just being like repeated in these cards as well, like, but in simpler terms, I suppose. But group 3, that's all I have for you. So thank you so much for being here. Just to remind you, the like button underneath this video is there to confirm to me that you enjoyed the reading, and also shows me what you want to see in the future. If you want to support me, you can comment down below and let me know how it resonates. And other ways of supporting me are mentioned in the description if you're interested, just like donating to this channel, because I always want to give you something new to look at, if that makes any sense. Anyway, so I'm sending you much love, joy, and healing. Thank you for letting me read for you, and I hope to see you back soon. Hi, Group 4. Welcome to your reading. So we will be looking into what questions will help you heal and grow. So okay, so before we get into the reading, I need to mention something, and that is that I actually had already filmed this reading before, but sometime later, like the same evening or something, after I finished everything and I cleaned up my desk, I put everything back to where they had to be, my phone started freaking out, like the one that I'm filming with right now, and started saying that a non-deletable data on my phone was at its limit, and just kind of removed the last video by itself. And since this was a huge flamethrower directed at my brain, I decided that I had to send over all the data to another phone, reset the low vibe tantrum phone, and then send all the data back to the chilled down tantrum phone while trying to survive a hell of an internalized meltdown. Now it's one day later, and everything is sort of back to normal, or whatever normal is supposed to mean. I could have just refilmed the intro and left the fourth group, reading out, but somehow thinking about that option just pisses me off. So apparently I'm not going to do that. I said 4 readings, so it's going to be 4 flipping fucking readings. Now, I don't remember the reading like exactly every single detail, which that will be a little weird if I did, actually. But I do remember the energy, and I even took the effort of remembering and taking out the exact same cards of the decks that had fell out for you, like for this reading. Even though I didn't remember every single card that fell out for your reading, but... And I also put... Wait, what? Brain. I got it back from the shelves, even though I'd cleaned it, everything put back in place, and I just put a lot of effort into it. Anyway, thank you for listening to all of that. I even have an extra deck that I will use at the end of the reading as a little extra message for this group, because I don't know whether I will bluntly just like fuck this up or not. But yeah, now let's get started with your reading. I remember the energy very well, so I kind of know already what is going on, but breathe. Healing with your breath, number 5. Change could be significant. Also, the phone crashed down like once or twice during the reading, so I had to like change something about that anyway. So I'm just gonna do everything over again. Like, I just hope I'm not getting at my own limit. Step out of your comfort zone with North Node. Whew. Some scented candles, very nice. Love it. Council of Light with Divine Orchestration, helpers in the subtle realms. Okay, that's better. That's better. Now we have 18, cast a circle, raising vibrations. Honesty with speaking truth, sharing feelings, closeness. I'm already yawning. And with light and with shadow, we have hiding, manipulation, fear of rejection. Share your thoughts and feelings openly. It's safe for you to be honest. And mastery. Also, I also remembered, well, not specifically, but when I was looking through the deck, I was like, oh, right, these cards fell out, so I don't need to shuffle. So I don't know whether this reading will be significantly shorter or not, but I already know what this is talking about, and this energy was very intense for me at the very beginning, so I needed to take like a 24-hour break. I'm not kidding. So what's going on here? So I can tell you, like, immediately, that you really need to question whether you're being very true to how you're feeling, and whether you're holding back feelings that may be important to be looked into. Because as much as you know that come on, as much as you know that you're, for example, like an adult who needs to take responsibility for their own actions, holding back your feelings is not really an option here. I mean, an option that is going to really help you any further. Also, I really felt, at first I really felt when doing, like, when starting this reading, like I needed to listen to uplifting kind of music to get myself back into a comfortable state when doing this reading. But now I'm actually like on repeat listening to the song called Hurricane by Flurry. And I can actually vibe with this, like in a way, like I understand why. What I also mentioned, but this mentioned in the reading that I actually filmed, which turned out to remove itself from my phone, which thank you for that. Let's not have that happening again. Well, everything is a lesson. But what I have mentioned or felt was that you are really feeling very intense emotions, like pent up anger, because I was seeing images and scenes of like you just standing in like in a tornado, in a hurricane, in a building on fire. You're just like kind of like standing there with a poker face as if nothing is wrong. You know, it kind of feels like that, like you're just standing there. Also, I want to mention how you may feel like everything around you is getting much harder or difficult or just more intense, or just as if you're more sensitive to the things around you. And that's because it's not because of other people or things around you. It's more because you have been building up this, like, because you've been holding back so much feelings and kind of repressing it. The more you repress it, the more you hold it back, the worse it will get. And it's like when you're really fresh and nothing has happened yet, like you just like you're awake and everything, you have energy, but the more energy you kind of, well, not waste, but you give away to things and you just let that happen without putting a stop to it, like the more it's gonna like just imagine, well, I don't know for everyone, but like having a 9-to-5 job or something, and at first it's like, yeah, I can do everything, and then it gets more and more draining and more tiring, and the more often you do it, like I'm not gonna say it's gonna be for literally everybody, like, but it's like this ongoing kind of tiring thing, like things that you're just not able to deal with, or it's just hard to deal with, and you just keep on holding on. But even though nothing much has changed, it's getting harder and harder to deal with it because you have not really processed it. You have not really done something about it to, I'm not going to say to better the situation, but it's still there. Like everything that you've penned up, you think that you maybe have put something, like maybe you've rested or whatever, but it's still there. You're still, it's like keeping your mouth shut when there are so many things that you want or need to say. And how it keeps on holding on like that. And it's not gonna help you. Let's just say it like that. And I feel like there are many things that you really need to look into. For example, like how in my first recording, the first filming this reading, how I noticed like how she is like having this heart-shaped kind of, something on her sweater or whatever. And it's like in a way where if she would look down on her sweater and kind of like hold it like that, like as if she would be catching gold with it or something, then she'd be seeing the heart shape. But if we are looking at it, it's like, I don't know, it's a heart in reverse pretty much. So it's like your energy right now is very internalized, like like if you're not there yet, then I feel like you're being brought to that point where where you need to focus on what you are feeling, what's happening within you, not outside of you. So even if everything is happening around you, like you're not, either you're too sensitive to it or you're not able to notice it because of everything that's happening within you. So if something feels too exhausting or too tiring, too much, then is it really because of what's happening outside of you, or is it actually because there are things that are happening inside that are making the outside look, as I said before, like it's almost like standing in like a burning building or something, like in the forest. Like it reminds me of like Rachel Amber from Life is Strange, but Before the Storm, where, I mean, I don't want to spoil, but I mean, it has been years ago, where she would like be so upset with something, she'd turn like a picture, she'd light it on fire, throw it in a trash can, and then because she is overwhelmed with anger, she just kicks the trash can, and the trash can falls into the trees, and the trees catch on fire. So the entire forest fire, all that stuff, got started because of her. Yeah, something. It just kind of feels like that, and she's like screaming with all her emotions out there, and she's also the kind of person who's like, I need to watch what other people like. I need to watch like, or observe other people and be putting my effort into how other people are feeling and to be perfect or whatever. And it's like, well, I'm not perfect, and I'm feeling million feelings, which that's quite a lot. But you feel so much, and it's like, if you don't let it out, it's gonna take you over. And at this point, I feel like you're just, it almost feels like me when I am just sitting at my home, don't have my headphones on, and I just hear like a loud noise, like, or kids screaming, or even adults shouting or laughing loud or whatever. It's the sounds, like that's just the autistic part of me, where I freak out because I'm like, that's something I cannot control and I cannot handle it, and it makes me furious because they've sort of disturbed my peace. Like it's that's just a me thing. But I'm just sitting there, and you wouldn't even notice that it will bother me. That's the thing. Like maybe like side eye or something, like, or rolling my eyes, but you would not see that I'm actually getting so frustrated and so annoyed by it. At least that's how I look at it. So that's kind of how I view it. Like, there's so much happening, and there's not much you're really doing with it or really letting yourself feel. And I feel like there is this necessity for you to really look into that. Okay, so what are you feeling, and why are you feeling those things? Like, shadow work will be something significant. And I do feel like you already have like been doing a lot of stuff. Like, I don't think that you're that inexperienced, but I feel like don't rob yourself of being human, if that makes any sense. So questions that I would have, like, I did write some questions down, like, even before all of the tantrum shit happened with my phone. So let's see. So questions that I wrote down were like, where are you going? How does your energy feel to yourself? What energies do you feel around you? What could or would be beneficial for you to learn? Where do you feel unheard or unrecognized? And do you understand how important you are? So now that I've mentioned it, it can be okay. I also feel called to mention how I did try, like, the few days before, like, I had a lot was going on and had to do a lot, like, not with exactly this group, but just in general. But let me just remember what I wanted to say. I wanted to start reading, like, at first, like, there were many attempts of doing this reading, let's just say that. And the first time that I tried to, I immediately, after laying down all the cards, I was like, I need to, like, pause the recording for a moment, because suddenly I was in a shutdown. I could not speak nor move anymore. I could only think, but I could not really process the information given to me, like, as if, like, I was like, this is my boundary, and your energy was kind of going over that. So, or not really my boundary, but how far I could go with information, taking in the information of the reading, and the energy. And you kind of went above that. Not to say like you're a wrong person, but that's just the way it is. Like, I needed to be more energized, or more, my head needed to be a little more clearer for me to do that. And I wasn't shut down for like hours until I just decided to kind of go to my bed and just chill and just do some mindless entertainment. And then I figured out, like, oh, it's already like in the evening, so I guess I'll do it tomorrow then, which, yeah, happened. But, and I also try to come up with, like, okay, how do I do this, like, step by step by step, instead of like letting everything immediately come to me. So if there's anything that you're feeling, I'm not saying take, like, let all of it go, get out of your system, like, take it step by step, because that may be, because otherwise you may, I'm not gonna say be in shutdown, but you may feel like it's just too much, and you're literally like just asking too much from yourself. So what questions could you ask yourself? So what feelings do you need your attention? What are you trying to ignore? And I also felt like I needed to mention the question, like, Spirit is giving me like this question, this quote that I've heard in a game or somewhere. I don't know, but it was like, "Have you heard this question before?" It's such a silly, it's such a ridiculous and funny question. Like, I don't know, like, it's have you heard this question before? It's very random, and it's like, well, actually, no. Wait a second. That's from, I remember the game is from, no, not Little Nightmares. No. Oh, come on. It's the one who made, Little Misfortune. That's the one. It's not like a huge, like, very ultra realistic game like The Quarry or whatever, or you know what I mean. But it's cute. It's funny, and there are some times where this where this character asks the other character, like, "Have you ever heard this question before?" And you can like decide, like, to answer in like A answer or B answer, you know, one or two whatever answers. I'm getting off track, but that's what that's not the question that I wanted to ask, but the question, like, do you really need to ask yourself so many questions? And another thing that I just came up with, like, I was distracted by my thoughts, and now I forgot what I wanted to say. Okay, the first thing I said was, do you even need to hear a question? Are you kidding me? I can't remember. It's not even a minute ago. Okay. Something that also... Oh, I was distracted by how I said something, and then I got then I didn't remember anymore. But what are the right questions to ask yourself, and what questions are the wrong questions? And are you even aware of what questions are beneficial for you and what not? Are you asking yourself the right questions? Or are you actually asking yourself the wrong questions? Okay, so now let's get to the, like, these 3 cards fell out for you, and I'm gonna just take the very same cards because that's what I want to do. So the first card that came out for you was 9 of Cups. Okay. Right, and the question was more like, are you just trying to be perfect for everybody else, or just, you know, be that charming, perfect, quiet little person that everyone is just content with? Are you doing things for yourself or for other people? And if you could just see my face, it's like, well, well, do you do that? Like, is that something, like, I don't even know whether you need to really have an answer for that. Like, and this is not like a reading for you to be like putting in the comments what your answers are, because that's something private. I don't need to know. No one else needs to know. It has more to do with personal growth. I mean, of course, you can share whatever you want to share. Yeah, I said nothing. I'll just stop talking. Well, actually, no, because otherwise the reading will be over. But then we have the Emperor. And we had the Fool. Have had, we still have it. So the Emperor is like, how can you take care of yourself? How can you come closer to your own authentic version of who you are without hiding? How can you do things that you are proud of? How can you take charge, or how can you take charge of your own destiny, of your own future? How can you lead in a way that you want to? How can you lead for yourself? How can you take a step forward and just do something that you may not be comfortable or very known with what you're doing or what you are wanting to do, but what are your wishes? What do you desire to do? Like, if you will just stop being that perfect person, what will happen? And I'm not talking about other people, because that's not your problem. What will happen to other people, like, that's, and how they will react, that's in their control. How will you react? I mean, for some it may be something that you feel like relieved with, but for others it may be something as a shock, like, okay, I'm not used to this, or this is just so weird or strange, like, or maybe a traumatic response, like a trigger or something comes up. Maybe you feel like maybe you'll recognize how disconnected you actually are from who you are and what you want to do. How can you actually grow yourself instead of letting other people decide how you are supposed to grow? Whew. A little bit draining because I'm just tired myself. Well, energy, it gets in and out of my system. So what else can I say? So what can you do for yourself, like, as in pleasure, as in something that you get excited about, something that you can be proud of? Like, it's also asking you to be to look into what you are already happy with and how you can go forward with exactly that. I'm hearing, even if it has to do with other people, like, how can you do that with people who actually deserve that kind of attention and your just your effort in general, you even wanting to do something for other people, like that's great, or wanting to respect other people. But I mean, I'm not gonna say you should like act like other people, but if they're not really giving you the same kind of treatment, then why would you give it to them, like, in the first place? Like, you can also just, like, yes, of course, like, you all deserve respect, but you don't need to linger on things and people and situations that are not offering you any of the same treatment. It's like, well, you're not showing it to me, then you're not asking it from me or something. So let me just shuffle some. I know this is a little bit of a shorter reading. But usually from a conversation, I kind of remember what the topic was and where it was going and how it turned out. But if I would have to explain, I'm not going to literally say every single detail. Unless I literally remember that from like 10 minutes ago or something. But you need to put a lot more attention towards yourself and how you are feeling. And therapy could also be an option if that is an option for you. Your choices, right? Or whatever is even helpful in the first place. So how can you be more honest with yourself? How can you let go of fears that are only created by people who are not even close to deserving of your second thoughts, if that makes any sense, who are not even worth your fears, honestly. No, you shouldn't be afraid at all, but like there are things like, yeah, like, you know, I'm not saying you should be afraid, but there are things or people, like, if you literally done something wrong, then that's that, right? But this is not really a real fear, like by a real issue. It's just something that's made up to make you afraid, but not to help you. You know, I don't even know how to explain it, but if you've literally done something wrong, if you hurt somebody, or in a way like or you just done something wrong, like what is wrong, what is right, you know, like if you stole something, if you cheated, if you know the kind of stuff that is just unnecessary, actually, then it's like, okay, maybe I was in the wrong here, but people are just unnecessarily shaming you for things that they may struggle with, but it's not like something illegal for you to, for example, be your true self, you know? So you shouldn't be afraid to do something like that. Like, if we wouldn't be afraid to do something to literally break the law or something, then that is maybe an issue, but we shouldn't be afraid to express our true selves, you know? Like, if you know what I mean, it doesn't have to involve like literally law things or anything like that, but there are things that are just, you know, like abuse, whatever, that is wrong. So were you actually in the wrong, or were those other people wrong for even trying to make you think that you are in the wrong? Wrong. What is wrong to you? Cards are falling down on the floor. Crap. Now, let's see what cards want to fall out for you. How can you start all anew? How can you lead your life with passion? How can you be responsible for yourself and not necessarily for others? Because everyone can be an emperor. I mean, in a, I don't know about a literal way, but everyone can be the responsible can have masculine energy and stuff like that, healthy masculine energy, but that's their choice whether they want to follow that path or not. How can you start, how can you learn to have a better relationship with yourself? How can you learn to have a better relationship with others and to not project things or something like that? How can you learn to just take your time and to not, how can you teach yourself to just take it easy and oh, for a second I thought that the camera was off, to take it easy and not overwhelm yourself? How can you learn what is actually true and right for you? What is aligned with you? And how can you just become your truest self again? There are so many questions that I could ask, but anyway, so there we go. We have, you are doing enough. It's going to be okay. Yeah, like, are you really, like, are you, why do you think that you're, for example, not doing enough? Why do you think that you need to do more? Why do you think that you need to hold back? Why do you think that you should be something or someone or behaving in a way that does not align with you? That is not true to who you are. You are enough. Today, tomorrow, always. Like I was just talking about, and now we're like, you're doing enough and you are enough. You don't need to prove yourself. You just need to live a happy life by yourself. Like you're investing your energy into the wrong things, into the things that, like, the things that are hurting you, and not the things that are showing you that it's okay to be you, that it's, why give so much of your attention to these things if it's not beneficial? Why put so much attention to what other people are thinking if they won't even do the same thing for you? It's almost like you just receive half of the money that you actually should be earning, you know? Or as if you're deserving of so much more, and you're just accepting the small little things as if that's exactly what you deserve, or maybe even less. Like, come on. Can I please have one more card for group 4? Okay. And we have, you are going to get through this just fine. Why are you lingering in places where you do not belong, where you cannot be your best self? Why are you limiting your potential? How are you limiting your potential? Is what you're doing at the very moment. I'm not saying that you're eating, like, you eating your dinner is not rewarding or beneficial for you, but what are you doing in your current energy that could be exactly what you, like, it's almost like you're giving into your fears, like you're accepting it. It's like, well, that's just the way it is, right? No, 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 no. That's, no, 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 not with me. We are not going to believe that, okay? We're not going to believe that. Because what will that do for you? Why will that ever be something that you need to hear? Why will that, like, why do something if it's going to just let you down or bring you pain, making you feel drained as if life has nothing else to offer? Like, is that true, or is that just your perception, or is that what you've been made to see in that kind of light? How can you be more honest with yourself is maybe something as well. So now we're going to look into the last few messages. These are also the exact same cards. Like I was kind of like going through my memories, like which one did I use for this and this and this. And yeah, I did my best. Okay, so I challenge myself to recognize when my beliefs may be leading me to externalize blame. I step into my highest potential when I remember that although it is not my fault, holding myself accountable, you know, how you go forward, like the things that you've been doing, like, okay, that may not have been the best for you, but how can you go forward in a way that is better for you and may be better for you in the future? How can you hold yourself accountable? Like, you can say, like, well, because this and this and this is happening, but how do you respond to these things happening? Are these things like helping you as well, or do you think that's the only option out? Like, just because someone else or something else is doing this doesn't mean you have to respond in a way that they want you to respond. Who gave themselves the right to bring you to a place where you're not supposed to be? Where you do not feel like you belong, where you are getting depressed and feeling worthless, useless, and just chaos. It's like everything is happening all at once. Like, once you recognize that you have so much more potential, you have so much more possibilities, and that there's more out there for you, will that change something? How will you notice a change? Once you start investing into that energy that will uplift you, how do you see your own world? How will you see it change for you? I step into my highest potential when I remember that although it is not my fault, holding myself accountable gives me the power and foresight to identify what will be necessary in order to guide the unfolding of the best possible outcome. Instead of praying for an outcome, I pray for the highest good for all. This is also reminding me of, like, remember that just because you don't need to be there where you are right now doesn't mean that no one belongs there, or I mean belongs in a way, like, I mean, of course no one needs to be in pain. At least not, okay, anyway. Just because something is not right for you doesn't mean it's not right for somebody else. Put your focus into something that's a lot more beneficial for you, instead of, for example, like focusing on revenge or hatred or being put down. Like, of course, these are things that happen when it comes to feeling your feelings. So it's okay to feel all of that. but know that you can do better than just being completely like drowned into misery, if that makes any sense. Let's see. Surrender to receiving support and love. Allow the love and support of others in, rather than trying to handle everything yourself. This can take the pressure off and simultaneously nurture you. Surrender to joy. You got 2 cards. The other one's got 1. A key to positive change in your life is to let joy in and savor it. Indulge in random acts of smiling during both the hard and easy times. Keep surrendering to more joy. I'm smelling like nail polish remover. Like, in a way, like, I'm not using that or smelling that, like, right now, but I'm smelling, like, I'm almost, like, smelling and feeling it in my mind's eye or something. I don't know. Then we have peace. Tranquility surrounds your life right now, a peaceful road awaits. So maybe if it's not necessarily at the very moment, this is something that you may need to know. Like, this is something that you deserve. This is something that will come. But you need to let it in. You need to be open about that. And that's, and that also means that you need to that you need to challenge yourself to really be better for yourself. Do it for yourself. You're definitely worth it. No matter how long it will take for you to really let this happen. Like, it will happen. I'm not saying just because this reading is here and you're watching it today, like, something will happen immediately tomorrow. This can take time for everybody, right? But for some it's easier or more challenging, you know, like, than the other. So do it in a way that is right, and don't pressure yourself to do everything like immediately, right? Like, just give yourself time to think about this as well. Discover your magical place. Like, I really feel like Spirit wants you to look into the things that are more positive, more about, like, what can you do for yourself? How can you finally put a lot more focus into yourself instead of, like, just putting burdens onto yourself, like, from both internal and external things. So how can you bring yourself to a place in your life where you actually are so much more excited and just grateful to even be alive? So group 4, that's all I have for you. Thank you so much for being here. Just to remind you, the like button underneath this video is there to confirm to me that you enjoyed the reading, and also shows me what you want to see in the future, if that is even the case. Other than the, you know, all of the mess happening around this entire reading. Not to say that you are the mess, but it was a hot mess. And maybe you can also agree with that with your life, like, I don't know. But if you want to support me, you can comment down below and let me know how it resonates. And other ways of supporting me, like, for example, donations, like, to my channel. So, for example, more decks or crystals, so I can actually, start less using my own money less for this and actually start feeding myself more properly. But that's not actually your concern, that's my concern. And other ways of supporting me are mentioned in the description if you're interested. So I'm sending you much love, joy, and healing. Thank you for letting me read for you, despite a little, well, difference, I think, in this reading. I don't know. It feels different to me, but it's not really different. But anyway, and I hope to see you back soon.